Good morning. Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into public toilets. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Dr. Amanda Conn and I'm chair of this inquiry. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making time to give evidence today. Could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Good morning. My name is Catherine Webber and I'm a Churchill Fellow and public toilet researcher and advocate. My affirmation is I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm flushed with excitement to be here today to provide evidence to the Portfolio Committee number 8 Customer Services regarding its inquiry into public toilets. I've travelled from the Bundjalung Nation in the Northern Rivers to be here today, and I acknowledge all the traditional custodians of the lands I've lived, worked and researched public toilets on. A little bit about me. I'm cisgendered, white, heterosexual, menstruating woman who is housed, and I've no permanent disabilities or caring responsibilities. Each of these impact when I need to go and where I can access public toilets. I'm also a researcher and advocate for public toilets. In 2019, I completed the Rodney Warmington Churchill Fellowship to increase accessibility and inclusion of public toilets by researching taboos, design, policy and legal barriers. And last year I completed a Master's of Philosophy thesis on the topic of Australian local government public toilet policies. The evidence I will share today is from the many interviews and research I've conducted rather than my own personal experience of using public toilets. Public toilets are essential for the realisation to human rights to sanitation. The right to sanitation exists both within and out of the home. A human rights approach to manage sanitation in public spaces ensures a comprehensive, inclusive coverage in a way that fully respects human rights and dignity, and crucially leaves no one behind. According to the United Nations, in order for states to realise their human rights obligations to ensure water and sanitation in public spaces, they must provide services in line with the normative content of the rights, namely availability, accessibility, affordability, safety, quality and acceptability, privacy and dignity. An article I'd like to table today is called Addressing Sanitation Injustice Through Local Government Public Toilet Strategies and was published in December 2024. Based on my master's thesis. This article identified 4 priority areas to drive change in improving access to public toilets. It identifies that public toilet planning needs to be responsive to community needs and rights, address actual and perceived risks, adopt a holistic and systematic planning and assessment, and detail clear responsibilities. Additionally, as part of my Churchill Fellowship, I created a list of 12 public toilet principles, and I'd like to add them to my submission today. It is my hope that these principles can be adopted and used to guide legislation, planning, design and management of public toilets to ensure adequate, accessible and inclusive toilets for all. The principles provide an alternative way of thinking about public toilets and what is required to ensure that the benefits they provide can be accessible by all. Thank you for the opportunity to give evidence today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing your very broad expertise with the committee. We're certainly very interested in your research. I have a couple of questions to start off with. I'm certainly very interested in the sort of legislative and regulatory framework for toilets or lack thereof in New South Wales. It's been very difficult to work out who's actually responsible for toilet design and maintenance and regulation. What's your understanding of whose responsibility is this in New South Wales?
So when you've got a building, the building code applies. So if in Parliament, the building code would say how many toilets are required and then what standard they need to be built to. When we leave buildings, there is a lack of legislation or guidelines about where they need to be provided, who provides them, and how many they need to be. And so that's the gap that we've currently got, not just in New South Wales but across Australia, is that there isn't any guidelines outside of a current building footprint, which means as soon as people leave the house and go walking about, catching public transport, there's not necessarily going to be access to public toilets that they can use.
Thank you. As part of your Churchill Fellowship, you looked at a number of other jurisdictions, including overseas. Can you speak to some of that experience? Who's doing this well?
So each place I travelled to had a variety of different strategies for addressing public toilets. So I travelled to North America. I went to Portland in Oregon, and the community had worked with, I think, the council to design the Portland loo. So there was a local manufacturer that was building these toilets. It was prototyped, and the community had input into the design. The Portland loo is now in situ in countries around the world. So that was a great way that the community engaged with, I guess, manufacturing and planners to get a design that met their needs. In Berlin, they also had a public-private partnership where they did network planning across the whole city, so looked at residential areas versus tourist areas to kind of see where that need was. And then they designed the Berliner toilet, which was more of an automated toilet that we have some automated toilets here in Australia, but it was a different design. And they've got a contract to a private company to manage all of their toilets. And so there is that opportunity to partner with private companies around the design, around the management of them. But I think it's when there's that planning and consultation with communities that you're going to get the best outcomes, because the toilets are going to be responsive in the places that people need them.
Thank you. I'm interested in the paper that you tabled about local governments, particularly because this committee is going to be speaking to a number of councils here in New South Wales. I'm aware that some councils have done their own, off their own bat, public toilet strategies. How effective have those been?
I guess I can't talk to the effectiveness of them. I think I've looked at several local governments with public toilet strategies. The one in New South Wales was the Inner West one. I think what is useful in a strategy is when it assesses their current infrastructure, so they acknowledge where they are, because some councils don't necessarily have a database of where all their infrastructure is. So acknowledging what there is. It then looks at detailing the responsibility. So whose responsibility is for the design, the implementation, and the management of them. Then it's like making a plan for going forward, where new ones will be, what the funding sources of those are, because we know that they can be expensive to build, and once they're built, there's also the additional maintenance cost as well.
When you were speaking about the overseas jurisdictions, you talked about the need for sort of co-design or meeting the needs of community, but were there any sort of overall design principles or maintenance principles that you've seen across different spaces in terms of what best practice might look like?
If I refer to my 12 design principles, I guess it's a way of, people have different needs when they go to the toilet. Some people can wait longer, some people can't. Some people need larger spaces, some people need support. So we do need toilets that can be adaptive, or a variety of toilets that meet different people's needs. But also the toilets, it's no use if the toilet is, you can't find it, or if it's down a back alleyway, up a couple of stairs, round a corner, and you need a key to access it, but the key's 5 minutes away. So it's actually a holistic planning and thought process around toilets. So the first one, the National Public Toilet Principles, is in like linking it in with the life of the city. So where we've got activity spaces, where people are, that's where the public toilets are. Making sure that they are safe, that they're clean, you've got those hygiene requirements. Ensuring that there's safety and privacy, so that people, public toilets are a unique space because you are doing a very private activity, but you're in a public space. There's people around you that you're not normally used to being around sometimes. So making sure there is that visual privacy, but also audible privacy as well can be important. Making sure there's all those little functional details that was being discussed earlier. So hooks on the backs of doors for clothing, for bags, all the accessories that people have with them, whether it's also if people are travelling with prams or luggage, where can that be stored safely? Accessibility is very key. Often toilets that are designed for a wheelchair won't necessarily meet a mobility scooter, and wheelchairs come in different shapes and sizes. So just because a toilet might meet the accessibility standards doesn't necessarily mean a wheelchair user is going to be able to get into it. Often doors can be too heavy for someone to open, or if there's a wheelchair user with a child, is there enough space for everybody to use the toilet, or the wheelchair user can go in with their child? Talked about location and availability. Having signage that people can find toilets is really important as well. So I think it's thinking about that whole design process of where people are, how they get there, how they find them, can they get in, use them, keep them clean. So it's a whole user experience. It needs to be considered in the design.
Having had a look at a couple of the local government strategies in quite a lot of detail, do you think that it's local government that's best placed to lead this work? What input do we need from state or federal governments?
So local governments are often in charge of planning public spaces, and I know there's some limitations to that, but I think they are often the level of government that is closest to the people that often does a lot of consultation. So I think public toilet strategies are one way that local governments can drive this work. However, I think local governments need support with funding for public toilets, as well as some guidelines around some guidelines or some support around when they're required, how often and how many are needed, that can be adaptable to the local situations. So in Wales, their Public Health Act did make some legislation saying that local governments needed to do toilet needs assessments. In the UK, there's been a lot of closure of public toilets because there isn't clear responsibility for them. So when public toilets get too difficult because they're expensive or they're not accessible or they're being damaged, if local governments don't have a responsibility to keep them open, it's easier to close them because then that risk is removed. So if there's a responsibility that they need to be there, they then have to do that assessment, plan for them, and then it doesn't actually mean that local governments have to deliver all of them, because there can be a network of on-street and off-street, so toilets that are available in parks, but then also ones that you might get in businesses or in shopping centres that people can use. And in the UK, they've got a community toilet scheme where private businesses might get some funding to make their public toilets available to non-customers. So there are different ways that local governments could facilitate toilet access without necessarily being the key deliverer of them.
Thank you. I might go to other committee members with questions.
Yeah, I've got some questions.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
Thanks so much, Ms Webber, for your work and your submissions and coming along today. I think you've really sparked something. So I've got a few questions. You talk in your submission about the human rights in terms of access to water and sanitation. Are you able to talk more about where those rights come from?
So there's a UN Special Rapporteur on the rights to water and sanitation out of the home. There are the Sustainable Development Goals, which also mention the rights to water. So I think or I'm going to get my SDG wrong, but there is the Sustainable Development Goals that mention water and sanitation as well. So it is linked into the United Nations Human Rights Framework.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, okay, thank you. We'll be able to find that. You talk in your submission about self-limiting behaviours, and I was wondering if you're able to expand on that and what sort of self-limiting behaviours are we talking about, and what are the dangers to health that might arise?
Yeah. So from conversation I've had and research I've done, that if people are unsure if they're going to be able to find a public toilet safely or in the time they need it, some people won't leave the house. So first self-limiting behaviour is not participating in work, in education, in recreation activities, staying at home. The second one could be limiting food and water intake to reduce the need to go to a toilet. I'm not a medical professional, but that can then have health implications as well. So I think then also people are going to restrict their movement to places that they know there is a toilet. So they might not be catching a bus or travelling to a new place. They might only be travelling, to a few known locations, which I guess limits their broader participation in activities, participation in community events, celebrations as well. And so I think transport are key, like having accessibility or known toilets on transport routes is really key as well to address that, so particularly on public transport when people are going for long car trips.
Yeah.
And I think the need was also increased for people with incontinence and varying levels of disability that might need assistance, so people who require changing places. If there isn't one that's easily accessible, it's going to reduce not only that person but their whole family or their care group that can go out and participate. So it's not necessarily just one person's been impacted, but can be quite a few people.
Yeah. Now, you talk in your submission about councils closing public toilets at night in response to antisocial behaviour. What's the answer to that, do you think? And I've got a personal interest as someone that drives a lot in the country at night.
Yep.
And is often encountering this. What's the answer to it? I mean, obviously councils have to respond to antisocial behaviour. Is there a way of design that helps to get around these issues?
I think it's working out what the antisocial behaviour that which is occurring. Is it vandalism to the public toilets, in which case it could be a change of materials? So if it's a porcelain bowl that's being destroyed, maybe it's putting in a stainless steel bowl. If it's mirrors, the same, it could be putting in stainless steel mirrors. If it's people who are unhoused and are using public toilets for shelter, I think that's a different solution, and I don't think closing them is necessarily, or a design solution is necessarily going to address that. If it's drug use, whether it's looking at the lighting, whether it's making sure that there are sharp bins so it's a safe space, whether it's making sure that there can be increased observation during the evening, so whether it's you could have, maybe a maintenance check-in or a cleaning check-in at different times throughout the evening to make sure that it is kept safe and clean, rather than a security check-in that's just moving people along.
Yeah. In terms of, are you able to suggest a way that the people working on our report might be able to work out where are the particular problem areas in the state in terms of provision of public toilets? Is there some sort of online material, or because we've got lots of local council submissions, but we haven't, for example, got submissions from every council, let alone every council suggesting where there's problems in terms of provision. Is there a way that we can access that sort of information?
So Australia's really fortunate. We've got the National Public Toilet Map. That maps, I think it's currently over 23,000 toilets across Australia. It maps the toilets. You can filter by what you're looking for. So if you're looking for accessible toilet, if you're looking for a male or a female toilet, you can filter for those. You can't filter by owner. So there will be toilets on that map that are privately provided. So they might be in a petrol station or in a train station. But I think that map, could provide some visual representation.
Yeah, in terms of what's not there.
Of what's not there.
Yeah.
But then there's no guidelines to say how many there should be or what the radius should be in different areas.
Yeah, and is that document accurate in terms of it's able to be relied upon, do you think, as to what is there? Like, is it updated regularly? Does it sort of consult councils and stuff?
So it's open source data. So the best of my knowledge. So every year the Continence Foundation runs the annual Dunny Hunt, asking people to add submissions. If you are a public toilet owner, like a local government, you can update that map yourself. So maybe one way is asking councils to check their data and seeing if that map is accurate. But any data source is only going to be as accurate as the information that's in there. But during the annual Dunny Hunt, people do go and check and update features, and there's been prizes to participate in that. So there's a bit of an incentive to do so.
So I've noticed, I suppose, in recent decades maybe, that there has been a distinct trend towards the construction of public toilets that consist of single-use cubicles accessible from public space. Mm-hmm. Is that something that now is the prevalent mode of construction or style of construction, or are we still seeing significant numbers of councils that are building the old style block of boys and girls and then cubicles in there where there's shared public space?
From my experience of the toilets that I've visited, is the new ones being built, as you described, those single stall entry from a public space, often with a shared hand wash facility. Sometimes they will have male and female and unisex, or all gender in between, with an accessible one on the end as well. And I think there's a lot of benefits to that design in the fact that you can see who's going in and out of them. There's less likely to be queues in that type of space. People can jump into the other gendered one if they want. And I think it also facilitates parents with children who are the opposite gender, so you can use those. So I think it is the prevalent design, but it does come down to who's designing new public toilets, but also what the request is. So I don't think it was the only design that is currently being built. Also, there's a lot of upgrades to existing facilities, which are the traditional two-gendered walk-in, double doors.
So where I live in Dubbo, the local council recently built what I would call the old style cement boys and girls block, and it was pretty controversial. Is there circumstances where that design is still appropriate for some reasons that I don't sort of currently understand?
I guess this is when it comes back down to what the community wants. I think if it is attached to a change room, so if it is in maybe a sporting area for swimming or fields, and there's those other activities occurring, that could be more beneficial. If it's so I know in some venues, like entertainment venues, having that space where people can check their clothing, wash their hands, have a little bit of privacy, but also kind of have some of that communal space, can be really valued as well, where people could have a bit of a time out, which you're not necessarily going to get in those single stalls. But I think there's it's worth an area of conversation about what are the benefits of having both designs.
Yeah, so the loo that I'm talking about is in a medium-sized park next to the river, quite close to the centre of Dubbo. It's not a sporting fields area. It's on a cycle track that goes around a big part of the Macquarie River near Dubbo. It's got an MLAC facility for people with a disability, but otherwise it's just that old style male, female, and then the cubicles when you go around a sort of curved corner into the loo, and then it's just male and female cubicles. I think there's like 3 or 4 cubicles in each of them.
Yep.
I mean, you talked about what communities want. Is there circumstances where, like in that situation that I've described to you, I mean, if community consultation, say the council put out for consultation and you got the usual relatively small amount of people responding, and they were by majority in favour of that old style, I mean, would you then proceed and do it on the basis that's what the community wants, or is there design principles that you would say would suggest to the contrary?
Trying to think the best way to answer that question. I think there's a lot of fear around public toilets, and people want to feel safe. And for some people, having gender segregated toilets will make them feel safer using those spaces. Those designs will exclude other people and make other people feel unsafe. So there's in some way we're creating a hierarchy of who gets their safety prioritised by having the gender segregated toilets. I think when we're coming to toilets, we're talking about bodily functions. They're things we normally do. We do them behind closed doors. We don't want other people necessarily to know what's happening. And so when consultation is happening around them, people are bringing all of those fears, they're bringing those beliefs around what should and shouldn't happen in a toilet. And so part of it is, I guess, changing hearts and minds around, let's talk about who needs to use public toilets, or what are all the different functions that happen in them. So it's also using medication. As I said, it could be that having that time out of like just pulling yourself together or hiding away if something's happening, but making people feel safe using them as well. So I don't think there is only going to be one design that is going to make people feel safe. I think which is why I refer back to having a network approach of public toilets, that people can choose where they're going. If they can't go to that particular park in Dubbo because they don't feel safe, is there an alternative that they will feel safe in? And so we then kind of get that, providing people options in the spaces that they need them to be.
So it should be fair to the council and say that prior to the construction of that loo, all of the public toilets constructed in the local government area for at least, I think, the previous 10 or 20 years were a number of single-use cubicles accessible from public space, normally some male, some female, some unisex. I think I'm correct in saying that. I could be wrong about that part. But in terms of fear and people's fear being heightened by particular designs, is that model where you've got, say, 4 or 5 single-use cubicles, some male, some female, some unisex, maybe shared water facilities outside, but sometimes inside? I mean, does that style sort of cause fear or concern for anyone in particular, as opposed to a block where I suppose men are entering from one side maybe and women from the other? Is there a heightened fear factor in that situation?
I don't know if I can answer that question. Like, I just don't know. I don't know if I haven't seen the research around that. Most of the research has been written around the having the gender segregated toilets
Yeah.
rather than having those. I know there are some cultural reasons that people don't want to share toilets with people of the opposite gender, but whether or not that design of having the opened, toilets meets that need or not, I'm unsure.
Yeah. Okay. In terms of what the law should be, do you think that there should be legislation at a state level, whether in the Public Health Act or the Local Government Act, that puts particular obligations on local governments to, for example, do a mapping of requirements and then in compliance with certain principles make provision for public toilets?
I think that would facilitate the right to sanitation out of the home by having that legislative requirement. Whether that, I think potentially that does sit with local governments. Whether they're going to agree, I'm unsure. But I think having the local government, the level of government that does that community provision, requiring them to assess the needs across their community and then create a plan for access on implementation would be important.
Yeah. And do you think that if there was such an obligation that it should be mandatory, and if so, should there be a funding stream, I suppose, developed? Because we hear a lot about cost shifting in terms of local government and sort of continually casting more and more obligations upon them.
So yes, I do think it should be funding should support the planning and then implementation. So I know some local governments use the local roads community infrastructure funding was federal funding, while public toilets weren't specifically an identified eligible project. Some councils did use that funding for public toilets. So I do think their funding does need to be required. I think also one of the challenges is public toilets kind of don't sit in an area of council yet. So would it sit in the, urban planning team or the parks, the open space team? Is it the facilities? So I think one of the reasons public toilets may have been missed is that there's not a public toilet planner. Yeah. That's not something that you study. It's not a particular role. So I think there's probably the need to have consultation with local governments about where they think it sits. Is it in public health? Is it in infrastructure planning? How does that work?
Yeah. Chair, I've got more questions, but I might hand over just so no one else gets
Thank you. I was going to give some time to the opposition and we can come back.
Totally.
Thank you very much. Just following on from that, particularly around the funding, because I'm similar to a number of colleagues here coming from regional area, and you quite often see a very stark difference between metropolitan toilets versus even just travelling country roads. If it were that it would be the responsibility of local government, should there be a loading for rural and regional versus metro, or would it make any difference?
I'm not sure I understand what the loading means.
Oh, financial.
Yeah.
So because and you were saying that sometimes they can use it out of roads funding.
Yep. When
you go to a regional area, they're already still looking for more money to fix roads in some of those country areas. Mm-hmm. So I suppose would councils from rural and regional areas need to be provided with additional resources, or are we already sitting on an equal playing field, metro versus regional areas when it comes to public toilets?
I think it would really depend on how provision was defined. So if it was for every X number of kilometres of road, in a rural area you need a public toilet, or like a rest stop and all of those things, versus in a township, how many public toilets you need based on either population or radius. So you might say that in an urban area you want a public toilet every 500 metres because that's a 10-minute walkable distance. But if you're out travelling on a road, you want one every, 50, 100, 20. I'm making up these distances. Yeah. So I think the funding would probably, the funding potentially could be based on a standard amount to do the planning, and then whether councils could apply for funding based on what their need was or what their plan was going forward, rather than,
But you still think it needs to be run at a state level? So that overarching, I suppose, assessment, review, what are the key principles that all areas need to meet should be managed and at a state level, as opposed to local government area by local government area?
I think there could be some state guidelines that say in rural areas this is what we expect, in urban areas this is what we expect, and that could be at a state level. It also could be at a federal level. Okay,
and that comes to the National Public Toilet Map. Do you think that is a good enough tool for an assessment, or an audit level, or do you think there should be something done at a state level to say we need to do a bare minimum assessment of what toilets are publicly accessible at the moment?
I think it also comes back down to your definition. So if you're just looking at public toilets provided by local governments, it might be that assessment could be done that way, like via local governments or via local government data. But if you wanted to also include, if you're looking more broadly about how people access public toilets, using the National Public Toilet Map could assist, because you've then got some of those other data sources as well. So it comes back down to your parameters of what you want to look at. Yeah.
Okay. And just in relation to the examples you talked about overseas, I think it was Berlin with the public-private partnership, and then the UK, the business toilets that we used. Were both of those models then free to the public, or was there a charge to actually access any of the toilets?
So in Berlin there was a fee. So I can't remember the amount of it, but there was a fee to access, which I think they had started. So I travelled in 2019. They'd started using card payments. So as a tourist, I guess that's part of the cost of travelling. You have a euro or a couple of euros every now and then you need to go. I think for residents, for people who need to use toilets more frequently, that could get expensive. I think also for people who are unhoused, that's a real challenge. The decision in Berlin to include the cost was they thought it would reduce vandalism. People aren't going to pay a bit of money to then vandalise the toilet. So that was their rationale for including the payment. And what was the other country
in relation
wanted?
to the UK business toilet model?
No, I believe there was no fee.
Okay.
So to the user. So a business might be given some money to buy extra toilet paper for extra cleaning costs, but then it was free for the community to use.
Okay. The in your submission you refer to a network approach to public toilet infrastructure. What do you mean by that?
So rather than just looking at one park and going, do we need a toilet in this park? It's actually looking across the whole local government or the whole area and going, where do we have toilets and where do we not? So in the Inner West Public Toilet Strategy, they've got a picture of all their toilets with a radius map around it. So you can see which areas of that local government area you're going to have to walk a long way to find a public toilet. So by having a network, you're not just looking at each individual toilet by itself, you're actually looking at, so it's a bit like having a road network, how do people get from place A to place B? So is this a high area for exercise? Therefore, where are people going to need to stop along the way? Or if, the network could be the trains or the bus system. If people are travelling along this bus route, where can they go to the toilet? And so that's what I mean by network approach. Does that make sense?
Yep, that is.
Great.
That's fine. Have it hand on.
I'll go on video conference to Mr. Diadam.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you, Ms Webber, for your evidence so far. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things on the record. So your evidence here is that there's actually no statutory or other requirement for local government to provide toilets at the moment. That's correct, yeah?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. And in terms of the building code, so how prescriptive is that in terms of design and fittings? Like, you know, we talked about earlier about shelves and hooks and those kind of fittings. Is that captured in the building code? Or does the building code just really specify you need this many toilets for, you know, this much floor space?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't think it captures all of those accessories unless you're in an accessible toilet, which will have, so dimensions are definitely covered, having toilet pedestals, having wash basins, urinals, that is what is captured. In the accessible toilet, it also includes handrails, the certain heights of items, but I believe all of the additional features are not covered by the building code.
Okay. And so the building code's really, you know, a point in time obligation. As far as you're aware, there's no obligation in terms of ongoing maintenance or cleaning. Like, is there any kind of legislative or other regulatory requirements in terms of maintenance and cleaning?
I'm not aware. Can't answer that question.
Right, okay. And so the other thing I wanted to ask about was the, I think you touched on just earlier in your evidence about sort of an allocation principle. Is there a sort of a best practice example of guidance in relation to how many toilets should be provided, you know, per head of population or per square kilometre of urban space? Is there anywhere, either in Australia or across the world, that you can point to that says, you know, this is the sort of the best practice in terms of how many toilets you should have within a particular area?
So I think the number of toilets is what's missing. From conversations I've had with planners, it's like, oh, we're not really sure how many we need to provide based in this public space. The Crohn's and Colitis Society in the UK was calling for public toilets, I guess, in their high streets, in the high use areas, every 500 metres. And I know 500 metres is kind of used as 400 to 500 metres is used as like a walkable catchment in urban design. And so that could be potentially how you could look at how, like, frequency of toilets, but the numbers, I don't think that piece of work has been done.
The final question from me is about sort of primary and ancillary purposes for public toilets. One example that comes to mind for me is in my local government area. They've put in a very harsh sort of ultraviolet blue light in the toilet to discourage intravenous drug users, but it effectively renders the toilet unusable for all the kind of ancillary purposes that you have talked about, like grooming or having a like just a rest break or doing your hair or your makeup. None of those things are really possible in that space. Is there, do you think, would it be your recommendation that there should be some firmer guidance in terms of toilet planning, incorporating those ancillary purposes beyond the sort of core function of being able to go to the toilet?
I think toilets provide a whole range of functionality, and medication is actually, it could be a core function as well. So people who have diabetes, people who need to change colostomy bags, like, they're functions that need to occur in toilets as well that I guess need to be recognised as part of the design, which links back to that functionality. I think it's acknowledging that toilets have multiple uses, but also multiple users. So it's getting that balance as to make people feel safe, to people be able to use them, so their right to sanitation is met. Yeah, but it's really tricky. Like it's really challenging because you will sometimes have those conflicting needs.
Okay, that's it for me, Chair.
Mrs. McDonald.
Thank you. I was just wondering, what factors do you think should be considered when designing inclusive public toilets? And I'll give you an example. Say, would you design something, say, for breastfeeding? Would that be a factor? Or, what are the factors that you think should definitely be included in the design of public toilet space?
I think it really depends on the location that the toilet is in. Whether breastfeeding, might occur in toilets, but also some people aren't going to want to breastfeed around toilets because they also feel like they're not a clean space. No. So I think that's why that consultation is needed. So is it a park that has a lot of children's birthday parties in? Therefore, maybe we need to have some family toilets that have, I guess, larger cubicles that have pedestals at 2 different heights. So, whole family can go. Is it a traffic, is it on a highway, and so maybe they actually want to add a couple of showers in so it's a decent rest stop. Mm-hmm. So I think it really does depend on the location of the toilet, the level of use it's going to receive, but then also the higher level of use needs the higher level of maintenance, so the higher frequency of cleaning. So, public buildings like art galleries, museums will have a lot of people using them, but then also have a quite regular cleaning schedule, which often you don't see on your on-street toilets. So I think it is really finding a balance. And I know I sound like I'm hedging my bets, but that's why that network approach is required. So we're not just looking at one specific toilet, we're looking at what people need across a whole region when they're out and about.
And so on that, would the toilet design be able to be, like, say if it was, the factor was, yes, okay, at this point in time, because we're near, shopping centre or whatever, and we want this and this, but as a community grows, maybe they don't. Is there a flexible toilet design where things can be changed or added as community needs?
I think that's
and if so, what expense does that put on? Do you consider it to be local government or state government that needs to provide this, like, if in the public spaces?
I think one of the big challenges for public toilets is that they are expensive to build and they last for such a long time. And I have not seen any adaptable designs.
No.
I'd love to see some, but no, I'm not sure what that would look like. Unless you had, I don't really want to see movable partitions or, because they're often attached to the sewerage, they're not easy to relocate sewage points. It's a tricky one.
I'm just thinking, like, if a local council is the body that provides the public toilet, and they've got all these other competing provisions of services that they need to do, how can we ensure that they provide sort of the best or better toilet accessibility without compromise, but also being able to provide what the public needs? And like, I get, yes, there's the bare minimum, and sometimes you won't go to one, and then there's the a top of the range design, but not everyone can have that top of the range design in toilet. So what can local councils do to ensure that they meet toilet accessibility requirements?
So I think the building codes have, I would say the building codes are the bare minimum of what should be provided. They're the basis of, so they're standards that are a point in time that say this is what is needed. But those accessibility standards or the inclusions in the building code aren't necessarily going to meet the needs of everybody. So I think the building codes are the minimum, but there's the opportunity to strive for more than the minimum.
Yeah.
And I think either architects or designers might be better placed to answer that flexibility component.
So sometimes it would be based on a wish list rather than... So you have the building code as the minimum and then a wish list of what you would like.
So, like, the building code doesn't talk about what I'm going to say, the urban form. So some of the public, and it's my personal experience, some of the public toilets that I've loved to visit are the ones that have public art involved. You know, they make you feel welcome, you learn a little bit about the community, and so that's not something that's going to be captured in the building code. And yes, it might be seen, you know, as an additional, but it also makes the space more welcoming, might make people more likely to use it. The shelving, the hooks, those features that may not be included in the building code could be a standard that a local government sets that says we want to make sure that all our toilets have these. But I think it really is working out what are those features that are required. You know, do we have a lot of people that need a change in colostomy bags, therefore we're going to need extra shelving, or we need to redesign how the toilet functions. More people using menstrual cups means we might want to actually have our wash basins in the store with us, as opposed to going out to wash a menstrual cup, wash your hands. So yeah, I think the standards are the bare minimum, but there's that opportunity to have that flexibility, depending on funding, depending on the level of use of a toilet, and its location, etc.
Yeah. So I think you asked, but I'll just ask for clarity. Should the New South Wales government mandate toilet provision in all public spaces, and if so, who is it local government, is it the state government that should be financing this?
I guess that's the recommendations that you will put forward.
In your opinion?
In my opinion,
yeah.
I've worked for local governments. I think they're probably best placed to identify the best locations for public toilets, but I think there is that funding constraint, and so whether that comes from state or federal government, I'm unsure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Amanda.
Come back to you, Ms.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I've got a few more. So accepting everything that you say about design standards and the rest, moving more to like the situation at the moment, right at the moment, what would you say the biggest problems that we've got in terms of the provision and design of public toilets?
Problems. I think there's that lack of certainty that people will necessarily know that they can access a public toilet when they need one. I think there's varying quality where they are available, and once an infrastructure is built, it's built to the code of the day, and it's not necessarily upgraded when building codes change, and that's part of the challenge of infrastructure and an expensive infrastructure. So often toilets are set and forget. You know, they might be maintained, but they're not necessarily going to be upgraded. So I think I think one of those biggest challenges would be having old facilities that don't necessarily meet current user needs, and not knowing where they are if they're not located on the national public toilet map, how people can access them.
So would you agree that in terms of provision, there's an acute problem in regional New South Wales?
I haven't done that. Yeah, no, don't know. Haven't looked across different regions to where they are and aren't located. Yeah.
Sure. Is there anything you'd like to say particularly about adult change facilities, the availability of those? Anything we should be thinking about there?
I think they are a really important feature, that more are required. They are very important to allow people with higher toileting needs to participate, to get out and about, both them and their families or their caregivers. And so would love to see more of them, whether they're changing places or that have the hoists, whether they've got that specific name or just meet that need. Definitely would love to see more of them out there.
And is there any particular issues in relation to people working in the transport industry that we should be thinking about? Obviously there's provision on highways for truckies and so forth, but any other issues that you may not have thought of?
So you talked earlier about when toilets are locked at night. So, we do have an increase of people who are driving, Uber drivers, transporting food, etc., as well as long distance travellers. So making sure that toilets are first available and then they're open would depend if it's in an urban or regional area, I think is really important. I know bus drivers, train drivers have commented about having enough time to go to a toilet, having a toilet available between routes. So I think, when you've got people who don't have a fixed workplace, making sure they've got access to toilets as well. Public toilets is one way of meeting that need.
Yeah. It's been suggested that there should be a place for people to charge phones at public toilets. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Sure. Yep. Accessing fresh water to drink, to wash clothes, charging phones. I think, our connectedness is really important. How that works in reality, I'm unsure. Whether it's just a PowerPoint that people can use, whether it's the full-on cords, I don't know.
Yeah. Why do you think some councils or commercial premises are still building public toilets and not putting a hook on the inside of the door at the very least? Why is this happening?
Now we're getting into the personal
issues.
I think the hook on the back of the door, if it's not in a building code that says this is what you must do, every additional item is an additional expense. And so if you're not thinking about the user experience, if you've got pockets and everything fits in your pockets, you're not thinking about all the bags that somebody else is carrying. So I think that comes back down to that user experience. Is the hooks on the door, is the shelving, making sure the locks work, making sure cubicles are wide enough, making sure that the bins, the menstrual product bins are not too close to the toilet so you don't touch them when you sit down. So I guess it's thinking about that user experience when they're designed and the hardware is put in.
It's been suggested that public toilets should have access to water, and that maybe in some circumstances, maybe not all, that should be outside the public toilet. So I think they're suggesting that you would wash your hands at a facility outside the sort of immediate structure, and that you should be able to refill water bottles and so forth there. Is there any disadvantages to having those wash and water facilities outside rather than inside?
Yes, so if you using menstrual products and you've you spilt or it's a reusable one that you need to wash out, having a sink in the cubicle can be advantageous, really useful. Cleaning a spot in the privacy of a cubicle can be really helpful. I have not seen many in my public toilet journeys, but I do think that's probably where the design needs to move to.
Yeah. I've got more questions, but I think we're at time. Thank you.
We are. Thank you so much for making time and sharing your experiences with us today. The Secretariat will be in touch if there are any supplementary questions, which it sounds like there may well be. And thanks again.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning.
Thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could you please start by stating your name and position title and then swearing either the oath or the affirmation?
Okay. Yep, my name is Christian Tietz. I'm a senior lecturer at the University of New South Wales in industrial design in the School of the Built Environment. Okay. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yeah, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nations, and their elders past, present, and future, and pay my respects to them, and acknowledge that they've never ceded the land. Now, I'm an industrial designer. Most people don't know what industrial design is about, but we are the people that design all the things that you've got in your home, perhaps except the artifacts that you brought along from a trip or so. But that's generally the kettle, the toaster, the fridge, your cutlery, your cups, the light switch, the door handles, the toilets, the toilet roll holders, and so on. And you've probably first experienced my profession right after you were born. The cutting of the umbilical cord was carried out with a surgical scissor, and that's a industrially designed product. So ours is the world of products and things, and that's my background. And in particular, I guess one of my specialities is design for environmental health. So designing health hardware, all the things required to practice healthy living practices. That might include the whole array, let's say for washing hands, from the water supply through to the tap, to the soap dish, to the towel hook, to the door, to the facility to be in, and the drain where the water gets drained away. I think I might leave it at that.
Thank you. Thank you for your very detailed written submission. It's got a number of suggestions there of ways that toilets could be more welcoming, more useful, more accessible, and I'm sure we'll come to them in some more detail. But I suppose I feel like the million-dollar question is, why aren't toilets like that already? What do you see as the barriers to best practice design? Why are public toilets so awful?
I think part of that is, the previous person giving evidence, and you spoke about the National Building Code. Like, it's very well documented in terms of what the physical requirements are from an engineering and maintenance perspective, like build structure, is it structurally sound? Is it safe? Are there non-slip floorings? And all these items are actually reasonably well documented and designed, and of course there's room for improvement. But it doesn't really sort of go into the human dimension of things. Like, it approaches it very much from a physics and scientific perspective, where we are sort of the subject, but it doesn't address emotional and other sort of personal needs that people have. And I think that's a lack of the code, and hence the code is a minimum standard that ensures that, buildings stand up and don't fall down. And if you walk in and it's wet, you don't slip. And these are basic good things, but they are the bare minimum. That's why all our houses and interiors of our homes are different, because we sort of have this structure and then we furnish it to suit ourselves. And the public toilets provide a skeleton, I guess, and it's not really furnished as such. And I guess my suggestion in the submission here is that we try to sort of domesticate it a little bit, sort of bring, one of the submissions that I've read mentioned, it said, please don't make public toilets feel like prisons. So that is a, really interesting comment, and that's what we get when we adhere to all the standards. We get something and it's cost effective, and it's, doesn't require much maintenance. And therefore it provides a service, but the service goes beyond, in my mind anyhow, the provision of a facility to, go and have a poo and pee. It's a private space in public. And I think the other provision, was from the Narrabri Council and the Inner City Legal Centres. I think those were the only two that I read, I haven't read all of them, that actually made reference to the alternative uses of the toilet. And it's more than a space to sort of fulfill these urgent biological needs. It's a private space, and if I spill something on my suit or my jacket or whatever, where do I address that in public? And the space that I've got then is the cubicle, and the cubicle is not designed for that. It's just designed with a singular use and function in mind, and I think that's where we need to expand what that means and what it could offer and what it could provide.
Can you give any examples, perhaps elsewhere, it could be overseas, of where this is done really well?
Yeah, in my submission I wrote Singapore Airport, amazing. Like those toilets, I would go there and just seek them out. Like there's greenery in there. Like, if I wash my hands, I'm looking at greenery. When I go into the cubicle, it's spacious. It's got shelving, it's got hooks. I can walk in with, if I have a bag or a, wheelie case or whatever it might be, and it feels comfortable. I might be able to do that in a normal toilet as well, but I feel awkward. And it's about this feeling of, as a citizen, being appreciated and respected in the environment that we are in, and the public toilet is the place where that can be expressed. And I think Singapore Airport in particular, by doing this, is telling me they understand me, they care for me, I'm important, they respect me, and they accommodate a broad range of needs. And if you look at customer and customer service, and the user experience, or the customer experience, like if you remember when you got your iPhone or your phone and you unpack it, you probably still got the packaging at home, because the experience, the attention that these people paid to you sort of engaging with this thing is very, very extensive. And this is not the experience that we have with public toilets. And everyone that I've mentioned to, that I've been invited to speak here, I got a uncomfortable laugh. Public toilets, right? And then the conversation changed, right? So that there's not much appreciation and interest in the topic. And so I think it's rather remarkable and amazing that we actually have this inquiry about it. And it's wonderful. Lost my train of thought now. Yeah.
That's all right. I have another question. The common sort of objection that we might hear from people that have to build or maintain toilets is these questions of risk, whether there's real or perceived risk of vandalism or antisocial behaviour. Do you have recommendations for how that can be mitigated without making the toilet feel like a prison, which was the example you gave?
Yep, yeah. I mean, of course, it can be addressed in I mean, that's what design does. If you give the brief, they can address it, and they can address it in multiple ways. And I guess it's my colleagues in the interior architecture school or discipline that perhaps don't treasure the opportunities when they get to design a public toilet. It is not from a professional point of view, it is not a thing that you aspire to. If you do design, then some of them have very nice gestures as buildings in the landscape, right? That there are various ones that are designed well, but no one then follows through with paying attention to the cubicle. So it is something that is specified, that needs to be provided. There is a standard, and the job is done if the standard is implemented. And it is then the job of the designers to really think about how can we make this better? How can we improve on that? I was recently in the Art Gallery of New South Wales, and downstairs on the 3rd floor they have gender-neutral toilets, and the cubicles there have the toilet, and they have got a basin, and they've got a hand dryer in there, and they're longer, and it was amazing. It was a really nice experience. So I could be in there and could wash my hands, and I felt I had privacy and I had control over the space, and it felt, it was remarkable. It was one of the few examples that I've come across. I would say, however, in general, from my perspective, the standard is not too bad that we encounter in this country. Like, other countries are not quite as good as we're doing here. So it's not all negative, really.
Thank you. One more question for me, and then I'll go to other committee members. In your written submission, you mentioned that in your experience, charging for access to public toilets hasn't actually improved the quality. I wanted to ask you about that because some other submissions have suggested that public toilets charge for access to be able to fund better maintenance.
Yeah, and my experience is primarily in Germany, where public toilets are kind of like Fort Knox. It's really hard, some of them, to get in. They've got turnstiles, and they're very hard to enter. You need change, you need money to actually get in, to use them. Some have machines on the door where you have to drop in a coin in order to unlock the lock to go in. And it does not necessarily mean that they're of a higher standard or more cleaner or better maintained. It just means they're better secured and access is restricted, which then deflects people into nearby parks or other, environments to sort of do what they need to do. So there's not a guarantee that if you pay for it, you get better service. If you pay for it, you pay for it. Better service you get if you have motivated cleaners that do that and look after the place well. And that necessarily doesn't go hand in hand. They can just sit there and do other things. It depends how they're supervised, managed, and instructed, I guess.
Thank you. I might go to questions from other members of the committee. I might go to the opposition first.
That's fine. Thank you very much. I might just start on your comments about Singapore. Yep. And I'm interested because they, from there is I understand where the World Toilet Organisation began, which then obviously World Toilet Day. Is it a focus that the Singaporean government had about saying we want to be sort of world leaders in that, or was it something that organically developed?
Honestly, I can't say, but it would be my hunch that they purposefully pursued that.
Yep.
Because I might think, I fly to Germany regularly because I visit my mother who lives there. And the other stop I go to is Doha. When I stop in Doha, access to toilets is restricted. Like, even in the lounge, there's 3 toilets, 100 people in the lounge, there's always a queue. I might decide next time I'd rather go via Singapore because it's easier there. So it's a very smart decision, I think, to make to attract business by providing great services. And they are really exceptional.
And do you know if there is a national plan or within Singapore or other countries in particular?
No, I don't.
Yep, no, that's fine. We've heard earlier this morning looking at some of the principles around what should be or should be considered for public access to toilets. Do you have any particular views on what, and you've listed quite an extensive list of different things that should be, what would you see as the top 5 things that are priority that should be in all public toilets?
Very basic things is the cubicle design, so I have actually a larger cubicle. Like, I think the standards and that whole notion of, the ampometry of people, the size and the space that we need is from the 40s. I think Henry Dreyfuss developed these sort of the human measure, right? And I think that's what those standards are based on. We've changed as a society, as people. Some are larger, some are taller, and we have more. We carry things with us, which I don't think is considered there. So the cubicle design, the inside of the cubicle, I'd say, would be number 1, and provision of hooks. it doesn't need to be hooks. Like hooks can come off. I mean, there can be other design solutions that provide like shelves or recesses that are built in, that are more durable, that could work. So I think that would be one thing. Another point I raised is that how generally they're very inward looking. You know, sometimes I'm in the city, let's say I bought a bunch of grapes, I want to have lunch, I want to wash them. Where do I go to wash my grapes? Where do I access water? I can go into a public toilet. It's a very unappealing thought, right? So hence my provision that in addition, we perhaps could have facilities on the outside where I can go because the infrastructure is already there. Why don't we broaden that, put something well designed and thought through on the outside where I can go, wash some grapes, rinse a container because I had some lunch or something, and keep perhaps an eye on the things that I've got on the park bench over there. So sort of broaden the use of, you know, what we've got. Like we could value add, I guess, by using the existing infrastructure to provide a better experience.
And I'm mindful that in some areas you are limited with the space of what the current design is, and some of them are old. Council will be looking at making changes. So your suggestion would be less cubicles but bigger? Or would you be saying keep the same size but you bring out water and other outside? Like, do you have a particular view on?
I think both of those. You know, if you'd say less cubicles but bigger, there'd be uproar because people say there's not enough cubicles to start with. Yeah. So maybe make one bigger. Yeah. Right. And then provide provisions on the outside as well.
Okay. I'm happy to hand on. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Doctor, for your really helpful submission. Can I ask you, firstly, I've observed there's been a trend in recent decades towards single-use cubicles where you can access a cubicle from public space, and then you have your own private cubicle that's not sort of shared public space, as compared to, I suppose, the old style of design where you went into a big room and there was multiple cubicles in the room with like a partial wall, and you can obviously hear what's going on in the cubicle next to you. You can see under the lower part of it. Are you able to talk us through anything in terms of the history of that transition and when we first started to see the single-use cubicle become more prevalent? Are you aware of that?
In terms of history, I'm sorry, I can't provide much detail there. Yeah. I think it's a good development, however.
Yeah, sure. And I was wondering on that point, could you talk us through what you see as the main advantages of the single-use cubicle accessible from public space that's become so prevalent, as opposed to the old-style boys, girls, cement-style block that we used to see?
I guess it provides more of a private space, you know, and while I'm in there, I feel more private. That would be the benefit that I see in that. Because I might not only use the cubicle, I might also use it for respite, you know, to get away, to take a break, take a breather. It's been intense, I don't know, maybe had some bad news or whatever, you know, in the city. So where can I go to regroup? The toilet is the only safe private space that we've got, and it's free. So that would certainly help in that, depending on how it's, you know, fitted out on the inside. But even that alone provides that, because I'm not exposed to other noises, sounds and smells like I would be in the other cubicle setting. Yeah. So that would be preferable. Yeah.
I've noticed that they seem to be less common, though not entirely absent, from what you might call places of mass gatherings, sports stadiums, train stations, things like that. Is that an observation that you've made, that they tend to still have the shared public space model?
Yeah, actually the only place I've come across a single cubicle ones is that you know, resting spaces for cars, like where you drive into park, roadside situations. I think is where I encountered them. Generally, yes, and I would say that, you know, within stadia or other places of mass gathering, there's an allocated space, right? When that thing gets designed, gets allocated, we've got so many people, we need so many toilets, and that's how that generally gets dealt with. And I think at that point there isn't sufficient attention being paid to those facilities, because interesting to note, you know, in most of the council submissions they're a cost rather than an asset. And I think the same with the facility managers, that are responsible for these huge facilities, they see them as a cost factor rather than an asset, rather than they can capitalize on and use to their advantage.
Yeah.
And so that gets minimized. It doesn't get a lot of attention, except perhaps in shopping centers. Like shopping centers, some shopping centers are rather remarkable. And a friend of mine pointed out the top right shopping center for their excellent parents' rooms, that are actually, they seem well designed. They have a commercial incentive, of course, that they want to retain their customers. Whereas if I go to a stadium to see a game, I go there because of the game. So that's the overriding motivation, I guess. So less emphasis there, perhaps. Yeah.
So what would you see as the main design attributes that a single-use cubicle should have, say, sitting in a suburban street or sitting in a suburban park? What do you think are the main design facilities that it should have? It obviously should have a loo, but what else should it have?
It shouldn't look like a prison. So I've made the point. I guess domestic use of public space. Bring some elements of decoration in there. Make it softer. Like being able to maintain and clean it doesn't mean it needs white tiles and stark lighting and as few as possible affordances to sort of put things down or whatever. We could actually go the other way and make them comfortable, inviting. They could have an atmosphere, a mood that relates to the local setting, history, whatever. I think community consultation is involvement is a really critical element. And I would argue that if you involve your local community in the design of the facilities, it will significantly reduce vandalism. It will actually introduce an element of pride and protection. And there have been examples of where, I think in Canberra at Gammon Place, Street Furniture Australia transformed the space, and they involved all the stakeholders, and it was in the end some homeless guys that defended and looked after things. Like they had public seating that wasn't bolted down but movable, chairs that you could move in public, which I think is a very good idea. None of those chairs were stolen or moved around. Well, they were moved around, but they weren't misappropriated, and they were looked after. So that's a key design feature, I think, that you need to have. And then vandalism. Also, the experience I had I've worked in remote communities a lot, and trying to improve environmental health in remote Aboriginal communities. And generally, the attitude was that people don't care for things. Like the data that we've acquired from surveying and fixing over 6,000 houses was that less than 10% of the non-performing of things in those communities was due to vandalism. Often the vandalism occurred after the thing had broken down as a frustration. The reason why things didn't work was not because people didn't know how to use them. It was because the wrong thing was installed. It was not installed properly. It wasn't maintained. It wasn't looked after. It was not fit for purpose. And if then something goes wrong, So what I'm trying to say is, if you make sure that what you put in there is fit for purpose, is well installed, well maintained, vandalism, I think, will not be as big an expense as it might be if you don't do these things.
So you talk in your submission about external access to water and power. Are you suggesting, say, in the case of single-use cubicles, that you wouldn't also have water inside the cubicle?
No, you should have it inside as well.
Yeah.
I think that's preferable. But in addition, also have it outside.
Yeah.
So if I want to, in the rest area, park the car, I want to wash out some containers, I can do it outside rather than go inside. So I wouldn't use up a cubicle for someone who actually needs it. I could do what I need to do, rinsing something out or washing something in the outside, which would be easy. And in general, I've noticed that, provision and access to drinking water and to power in the city is not easy to come by.
Yeah.
I think we used to have more drinking fountains than we have today. I don't have the data to back that up, but that's my observation.
Yeah.
And so access to water is a fundamental, human right. I've seen security guards trying to fill up a kettle in the park opposite Central Station because obviously they didn't have water in their security cubicle. The same with power. And, we all have these devices, they need power to be charged. And people sometimes, squat near vending machines to try and plug in. It's awkward, It's about how do we want to make these things that we need easy for our citizens to access and don't feel like they're doing something untoward or not sanctioned, really.
I noticed in your submission that you referred to the quite frustrating experience of trying to fill up a water bottle in a very shallow basin.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, is there some sort of standard that those basins are constructed with reference to, or is it
No,
just...
I think that's a designer's decision. It looks nice. Like even here in the toilet I just used, looks good, impressive, but I couldn't get a water bottle under there.
Yeah.
It's a nice slab of stone, and I mean it's similar at Central Station. Sometimes the water temperature is set too warm, which I guess is a public health measure, so you can't scold yourself. You get warm water. Yeah, that's nice for washing my hands. But if I want to fill up a bottle, it directs me to vending machines.
Yeah.
And so I think one of the issues that there are a lot of commercial options available. I can pay to charge my phone. I can pay to get drinking water. I can get a hotel room if I need respite, right? All of this, but it's sort of the public space and how we furnish that for people like us and others to make it more usable, because what we do in public are things that we also would do in others at home, for example, right? But they're not provisioned for. Yeah. And it is my view that we need more provisioning for that, and that's free access to water and power. And
another experience I think that people have that they probably don't like is finding the public toilet that doesn't have any soap. Is that something that you think's improved in recent times, or?
I think it improved a little bit since COVID, because there was such an emphasis on having soap there. But I've heard from the health department, or people that actually work at the health department, and schools, that schools don't provide soap because it's a cost factor. Right? So if kids go to the toilet in the schools, there's no soap because sometimes soap gets misused. Right. But it's an expense, and they're going to cut their expenses, so toilets have no soaps.
Yeah. So how are they misusing soap, do you know?
They might throw it at each other. I don't know what kids do, but I mean, it shouldn't be the reason to not provide it, but I guess that's what sometimes happens, yeah.
And is there particular design issues that you're aware of in relation to the provision of soap and toilet paper? Is there particular ways that you can do it to stop theft or vandalism, or...?
Oh, there's a plethora of options out there, really, from foamed soap to liquid soap to actual soaps. Foamed soap seems to be a very efficient way, I guess. Some are gravity-fed dispensers, some are others where you got to push. Some of those are not always working. Some of them don't look appealing. Toilet roll dispensers, I guess there's room for improvement, really. We've got these very big rolls. It's very fiddly to get the toilet paper out of there. Yeah. We've got other ones that are sort of the zigzag folding mechanisms. They're hard to use as well. So it's a standard roll, and there's some that have a number of rolls on top that drop down, and we need to do some user testing there to really find out what is the best. But I don't think it's a tricky issue, actually, and I don't think we found the right solution to how to provide that successfully yet. Yeah.
Is there any innovations that you've noticed? I'm just thinking particularly of public toilets in quite remote parts of the state. And I drive around those places a fair bit, and you now quite commonly see a small public toilet constructed, I think, with a steel frame, light cladding, a drop toilet, and it's very sort of rudimentary and basic, but sort of does the job, I suppose. Yeah. Have you got any particular observations about design standards in respect of those sorts of toilets in places where, practically you're probably not going to be able to get the same level of maintenance, the same level of expenditure? Is there smart, cheap ways of doing things well that you're aware of?
Well, I think they're a good example.
Yeah.
In my experience as well, I think they're actually surprisingly well designed and perform really well. So there's sufficient space, they don't smell, and generally they're well supplied actually as well.
Yeah, yeah. If you could highlight like a particular main issue around design in terms of public toilets, what would you identify as sort of the biggest issues we should be thinking about?
Well, I guess it's the social aspects, and the emotional aspects that I've sort of mentioned earlier that are not considered in the standards. And I think what I've written in here as well is that, they communicate our values and expectations, like, what is the public conduct, and they set a tone. And I think if they're well designed, and they should be exceedingly well designed, they should be so well designed that they really become an attraction in themselves.
I was interested in something that you said in your submission about the changing meaning over time of the word of toilet, and that it used to denote the process of washing oneself, dressing and attending to one's appearance.
Yeah.
Their toilet completed, they finally went back downstairs. Is that sort of suggesting that in the past there was a different sort of concept of public toilets, or were you referring more to just a semantic issue?
Yeah, no, there was. I mean,
was?
they were more generously appointed. They had ante-rooms where you could sit and take a break and actually sort of, check your appearance and all those kind of things. And now they've been whittled down to this single issue cubicle where you go in and fulfill this one function and then you get out again as quickly as you can, generally, because there's such, unpleasant machine-like sort of processing design there. And previously it was more generous, and they were referred to as restrooms, right? Which is a nice connotation that has been lost. It's a place to go and also have a rest, not just to use the facilities, but to just rest and regroup. And we've eliminated that, and I think that's a shame. And I think those sort of thoughts should be reconsidered and reintegrated into it, really.
Yeah. Have you got any thoughts, just lastly, about the legislative frameworks? There's been suggestions that this should be the subject of public health legislation because there's obviously health issues with it. There's been suggestions about the local government legislation that should maybe incorporate it, or maybe should it be some sort of planning instrument that requires councils to do things. I know that your focus has been more on internal design, but I was just wondering, do you have any thoughts on that, on how legally this would be changed?
I guess, if you have to legislate for it, then it's always, people will go to meet the requirements and often won't exceed them. But I guess what would be good would be to reframe them as a treasured asset in a community that sort of is a must-have rather than need to have. And it should be there should be a motivation for having, the best toilet in the country or something like this. Like, it needs to be promoted through other means than just legislative. Of course, they would be very good to back them up. But there needs to be a drive for awareness and utility and function about them, and turn them into more than what they are at the moment.
Yeah. So just out of interest, so in jurisdictions where they're charging money for people to use public toilets, how does that work? Do you have to swipe a credit card in Germany to get in? Or?
No, you need change. You actually need money. And it's awkward because today I just have my phone with me. I have no physical currency on me, so it wouldn't work, and it often doesn't work.
Yeah.
At petrol stations or so, you get a voucher, and then you can redeem it if you pay for your, I don't know if it's for the fuel or for a coffee or something like that. So they're trying to minimize the charge there. But in public settings, you've got to pay. And there's no change machine in there. If you only got a note to get the change, and if you go to the adjacent businesses, they're not very happy to give you change for that because it happens quite often. Yeah. So it is not really well considered at all, and it's a deterrent really, rather than it's a absolute last resort really.
And have you got any thoughts on the drying of hands in terms of the industrial design issues there? Are you aware of what is like best practice? What's efficient? What's good energy use?
Yeah, well, I think
hand towels as compared to hot air? Or?
Yeah, hot air probably, the Dyson dryers are probably the best ones on the market, but they're very loud, so some people have issues with that. Other people think it's nice because that someone actually washed their hands, so there's a dual approach to that. So I think options should be good. The provision of hot air is good also if you have to attend to other issues, like you've spilled something, you want to wash something out, you need to dry your shirt or whatever it is. You can do that under hot air. Much easier if the hot air is not encased, as it is in some of the designs, but freely accessible underneath. That also has to do with the height at which it's mounted.
Yeah.
Whereas, paper towels are the options for those for whom the noise is perhaps too loud. Yeah.
That's all my questions, Chair.
Mrs. Don.
Thank you. I was just thank you for your submission and for appearing today. I was just thinking, when you have guests coming to your own home, you always, well, I do, ensure that your bathroom is clean, looks presentable, and that you wouldn't mind that someone uses the bathroom. Whereas I find in going to public toilets, sometimes it seems to be an afterthought, and it's on the outskirts of town and not very well looked after. So how would you think poorly designed public toilets impact public space usage?
Well, significantly. I think they lead to people avoiding the spaces, really. If there are no good facilities, why would I want to go there? Or how can I enjoy them? And I wouldn't be able to enjoy them because I probably have to spend time in discomfort or make huge efforts to go somewhere, in order to be able to enjoy them. So they're critical from that point of view. Just on that, because you mentioned the home and people using the facilities there. One thing I noticed is that, due to the housing crisis and, high costs of rents and all of this, is that people, rather than just share flats, which they did when I was a student, for example, now share rooms. So we have situations where people share bedrooms with strangers because the rents are so high, and instead of renting a room, they're renting a bed. And it's not uncommon for maybe 10 people to live in a 2-bedroom flat. Now, a 2-bedroom flat generally has 1 toilet. And so we've got environmental health issues right there. We've got communicable diseases. We've got a whole range of issues. But what that means is that these people they're not only students, they're also, I've come across in some of my research, retirees, single moms, professionals, tradies, people from out of town that need these facilities. They then use public facilities. So because they have no privacy at home, because their home is just a bed, so where do they go? They go to shopping centers or they go into the public space and then use toilets and bathrooms there. And we also need to consider them, I think, when we think about public toilets. So it's not just the commuter or the transient person that is sort of passing through the city or the visitor. It's also those who are in the city on a permanent basis, but not in these traditional sort of housing arrangements that we assume are, or might not assume, but come to understand as being the norm, because they're changing quite rapidly in response to the costs. And so they then use these facilities as well, and henceforth they need to be better.
So would you say that people say they avoid the public toilets if they're not inviting? Say would that mean that they're also missing an opportunity where, say, someone stops to use the public toilet, then they might go to the visit the shops and things like that? So are they disadvantaging their the welcomeness of their town because of poor public toilet design?
Certainly, I think, if the public facilities are not suitable or appealing or attractive, it will, have an impact like that. I guess what could happen that as a result, perhaps people then get driven into commercial environments, which might be shopping centers and so on, and then that might, relate to them spending time in those environments, and councils might be, well, I don't know this, whether they're cost shifting or not, but it would be a way for them to get around that. But it is about the provision of facilities in the public sphere that matters, and to provide them free of cost or the commercial sort of pressure that might be as a result of that.
Yeah. Now, I just have one more question. Do you think that New South Wales should adopt, say, a holistic public toilet planning rather than purely functional approval? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think the first thing would be to maybe expand the term, public toilet, and sort of try and flesh out what more that is. And I think, with this inquiry, you sort of got submissions that make plenty of suggestions what more should be included and considered. And I think maybe as a result of that, the terminology should change so that the understanding of what that is that you provide to the public is better communicated, because the toilet is, in public toilet, it is a single function issue sort of provision, and it's not that. It's actually more of that. It's private space in public. It provides for a whole range of situations that it can cater for, and we've got submissions from people that are neurodivergent and their requirements and all of this, and it needs to be incorporated, and I think it needs to be reframed entirely. That would be my suggestion, rather than focus on the toilet and the biological need there. It needs to be broader than that, and then that should be represented, I guess, in required frameworks, legally or whatever.
Thank you. I think Anthony might have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Diadam on video conference, have you got any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
Look, I've got two questions. The first one was really about what kind of design measures can be put in place to facilitate more regular cleaning, or like ease of cleaning of public toilet facilities. What kind of, are you familiar with particular design measures that might be able to, I suppose, facilitate a more cleanly clean environment?
Sure. I think some of those might actually be specified in the standards, like coving of the flooring to come up the wall for easy cleaning, no sharp corners, things like this. I think they've probably been well addressed.
So you think that in terms of the National Building Code, that those elements are already pretty well regulated?
I would say so. I would say, I'm not an expert on the building code, I'm not an architect, but I would say the provisions for floor waste, for drainage, for non-slip tiles, for coving up the walls with the flooring material, for other provisions are there. I think they would have very carefully been considered. And I think from the cleaning perspective, they're probably sufficient. I don't think we need huge innovations to sort of make the maintenance more efficient, I think.
Can I ask about toilet seats? I mean, it's recently in Europe, and a lot of the public toilets just had no seat at all. Have any observations about?
Toilet seats have the least amount of germs on them in the toilet cubicle. Most of them are on the handles. So there is a misconception that the toilet seat is not clean, and it gets pandered to by providing toilet seat covers, and all sorts of things. But toilet seats are not generally the issue. And sort of removing them, I guess, is trying to sort of address an issue in the public perception of them that actually is not really an issue as such. So there is data that shows that the toilet seat is the least germ-dense environment in those cubicles. So that's not the issue. I think, the toilet could also have actually a lid, a seat, where you can sit on that is comfortable. That would be something that I suggest. Like the normal toilet seat cover is just a lid as such, but they're not really designed to be a seat. And I think it would be a nice innovation to sort of introduce a seat that you can fold down and sit on and not use the toilet, but you could sit on and rest if you need to in that cubicle, and that would be a worthwhile addition, I think.
My final question, and I'm happy for you to perhaps take this on notice if a little bit more reflection is required, but I wonder whether you might be able to perhaps articulate the kind of design principles that you think might be usefully incorporated in some kind of regulation around the provision of public toilets.
Yeah, I would need to have to take this on notice. It's quite a big question. Sure. I mean, I made some points here, what I thought would be good things to include. And, as mentioned previously, that's not just inside focus, but also provide access to services on the outside, power, USB charging, for example, and make it possible to, fill up water bottles and things like this, provide a cubicle that's spacious and bigger. So if I have a coat, if I have a bag, if I carry something, or a shopping bag, I can actually get in there, store that, not on the floor, where it might be wet or dirty, and sort of use the facility in a way that supports all of that, which currently I think I can't. I haven't come across any, actually, except in Singapore, where there's a shelf behind the toilet where I can put things on. It's marvelous.
That's all for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, in your written submission, you talk about airflow and ventilation often not being addressed successfully. Can you speak to how that could or should be done better?
Yeah. I just, on my way here, used the facility at Central Station, and I walked in and it was humid and warm. I was the only one in there, so there wasn't much smell, but often they're not well ventilated. And sometimes they're either too cold or too hot. And so there is a standard, or there's a guideline, a state guideline on ventilation and how that should happen, and, the movement of air in those spaces. And I don't know how well that's monitored or implemented.
Sure. Do you know, and I appreciate this, you may not know the answer to this, but is that a fault of the National Construction Code for toilets, or is this one of those legacy issues because so many toilets are built outside of that framework?
I think it's a maintenance issue, that there's not someone there that actually checks and measures and perhaps knows what the temperature is and should be. So maybe the thermostat is broken. It could be as simple as that. And no one checks on that.
Okay. We've talked a little bit already about sort of soap dispensers and other things that could be designed to support use without vandalism and that sort of thing. So we've had a couple of other submissions relating to provision of period products and even things like sunscreen in public parks or sporting facilities.
Yes. Yeah.
Are they things that you've ever seen designed in a way that would be suitable for use in public toilets?
Well, it's hard for me to comment on the period products or menstruation products because I don't have access to those cubicles. Sometimes, however, at the one at the New South Wales Art Gallery, there was a container that was in the cubicle at the back on the side. I assume they work. I've never used them. I mean, these containers are designed for the use of the business that supplies and services them. It's not necessarily designed from the perspective of the people using them. So I would inquire what could be done there to improve the design. I mean, they're probably very well thought through in terms of how many they can get on the back of their ute and how they can, empty them and whatever. But how well they've considered the user interaction and engagement, I'm not sure. I don't find the provision of them difficult. Maybe it'd be better if they'd be wall-mounted rather than standing on the floor, so it's easier to clean underneath. That might be a way to integrate them better.
Did you have more questions?
Just one question, if I could, thanks. Just on that question of germs that you talked about, are you aware of any relevant sources of information that we could look at in terms of that question of germs and I guess public health risk posed by public toilets? And also as a follow-up, is there any sort of industrial design issues we should be thinking about in terms of minimising those health risks?
So in terms of sources, I would have to respond to that afterwards. I can't supply them top of my head. In terms of industrialization, it's material selection, I guess. There's materials that are more and less favorable to germ growth and reproduction, and I think that's what we could use, like brass, for example, that was used in handrails and these little exchange dishes that you used to have at the railway. Brass is not really great for bacteria to live on.
Interesting.
So there's a very simple, reason. Silver is another one. That's why we had silver service as a mark of quality and assurance that this is safe. So, And we used to have, years ago, silver nanoparticles had quite a run, but then there were other issues associated with them, and we haven't heard much of them anymore. So there are certainly opportunities where we could look closer into what kind of materials and coatings can be applied to surfaces to make them less susceptible to bacterial growth and transmission.
Yeah.
There are also some coatings that are very repellent, so things fall off and peel off and pearl off. They're super liquid or liquid is the wrong, but slippery sort of thing. And there's plenty, material science and industrial design. Surely we could provide some suggestions there.
Yeah. In terms of the single-use cubicle that we were talking about before, I've noticed that some of them where there's more than one, and there's normally more than one, I think, with your normal council-provided public toilet, sometimes there's some male, some female, some unisex. Have you got any thoughts about whether, in the context of single-use cubicles, should we continue with some male, some female, some unisex, or do you think where there's not necessarily in that context a need for gender segregation?
I think some of the submissions that you've received make plenty of points about that. So I personally, no, I haven't got evidence behind that, so I would only talk of personal preference, and I wouldn't mind either way, but I guess for some of those groups it's important that they have adequate provision, and I think you'll have them already at hand. Yeah.
There's a bit of an enduring idea that men are messier.
Well, actually, there's some of the submissions dispute that, and there are others that make the other point. So I guess it depends if there's a provision besides the toilet of a urinal in the same cubicle. So how do we provide that? Because
so toilet and a urinal.
Perhaps, messiness, like there's, documented spray. I mean, there's evidence that, of course, if you pee into a toilet, there is spray. So it is messy in that regard, unless you sit down, and then you would have to, make sure that you instruct men to sit down when they pee, and that might reduce the messiness. But
so
otherwise,
sorry, go on, please.
Otherwise, it might be easier to provide a urinal for those, and if it's in a mixed-use cubicle, maybe there's a cover that can be opened and closed in order to be less, confronting or something.
Yeah. Have you got any thoughts about the style of toilets in terms of industrial design? And I know that in Asia, for example, you have the squat toilet. In Europe, the bidet. I think at least in France, I'm not an expert in it. Have you got any thoughts about that question, about the design of the toilet? I mean, we obviously have a certain type of design here. Is there any room to move on that's relevant to think about?
Well, it's a cultural issue, isn't it? So it depends what is your population. We are quite multicultural, so we could have a provision of squat and sit-down toilet. There were some toilets designed, I think, in the 20s that were a combination of squat and sit-down. We have a fold-down seat over squat toilet. That kind of provided an option for both. Surely that can be done, that can be done in a safe and good manner. So a broader range, perhaps, to accommodate, reflect the I'm lacking the word at the moment, the mixture of population that we got, cultures, I think would be perhaps welcome, I think. It could be a nice gesture.
Interesting.
It's also healthier, right? There are some people that promote squatting is a healthier
I've heard that
bowel health position, but, it comes back to culture and customs, I guess. Yeah.
Thanks, Doctor, for that evidence. That's my questions.
Look, in the couple of minutes that remain, I haven't got any more burning questions, but is there anything else that you were hoping to have the opportunity to talk about that we haven't asked specifically?
No, I'm surprised. The hour went by pretty quick.
It did.
I was a little worried. But I think I've sort of... one point I've got here is what I've noticed in these submissions from the councils. Many of them, as I said, listed as a cost factor, and they're quite well aware of how much the facilities cost to maintain. And the one that I've read was it's stuck in my mind, I don't know for what reason, was the one from Blacktown City Council. They say they've got 216 facilities, and they pay $15 million to maintain them a year, and they've got trucks and cars and personnel to maintain them. Only 74 of them are open 24 hours. So I think the opening hours is a critical thing. especially also on the trains. Like I live up in Blackheath. When I arrive this evening, the facilities will be closed. One of the submissions said, we don't have a curfew. Why are they closed? We're allowed on the street. So they should be open. But the point I wanted to make is that while we've got the costings from councils about what it costs to operate these facilities, we don't have the numbers of users that use them. So while they gather the data about operating expenses, we don't know how many people they are benefiting by that. So what I did, I just used those 216 toilets, $15 million per year. And I thought if they'd be open 24 hours a day, it comes to a cost of $8 an hour. That is not a high cost to provide 216 facilities. If we'd assume, I don't know, is there 5 or 10 people using them in 1 hour? Then it's suddenly the cost that sort of seems to be the issue can be suddenly appear rather minor. If it costs 20 cents per person to sort of use this, that seems really very cheap. The bridge crossing costs more. So it would be good to get some data on how many people use these facilities rather than just to have the focus on how much they cost to run. So if councils could, install some counters and get some data loggers to sort of gather some data that way. And then we could compare, if we have good facilities, how much more traffic do we get there? We've got bad facilities, how much traffic do we get there? We make an intervention, what changes? And then there'd be some empirical sort of measurements for them to see, we make an improvement here. At the moment, this is all hearsay. And what I've learned from my work in the remote indigenous communities, there was a lot of hearsay about those people that has had no foundation in reality whatsoever. And so I think if you get some more data about how many people use facilities and the impact that has, I think one of your submissions quotes Access Economics that says it would make a contribution of $12.5 billion to the economy if we would have better facilities. And we would spend another would be 1.2 billion in salaries that would be dispersed just for maintenance staff. These are very convincing figures, I think. So, anyhow, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I think you did take a question on notice, so the Secretariat will be in touch with you about that, and also if we have any further supplementary questions on reflection as well.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for sharing your time and your expertise.
You're welcome.
For morning tea, and we'll be back at 11:30.
11:30. Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Hello, good morning. It's Dr. Amanda Conn. I'm the chair of the inquiry. Thank you so much for making the time to give evidence this morning. Could you please start by each of you stating your name and position title and taking either the oath or the affirmation?
Judy Euster.
Judy Finlay, and I'm a member of Barellan branch of the CWA of New South Wales. And my oath is here. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
My name's Heidi Mortimer. I'm a CWA member of the Dunedoo branch of New South Wales. I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
I can do that for you.
Go ahead.
Our submission is informed by CWA of New South Wales policy positions. These concern adult disabled changing facilities, bins in male public toilets for the disposal of continence aids, and gender inclusive parent facilities that enable parents to easily assist children in their care to use a public toilet. Public toilet facilities in this day and age need to meet the needs of people with disability and their carers, particularly considering our ageing population. These toilets should be available, accessible, and inclusive. In both rural areas and cities, disabled people and their carers must travel for medical appointments and treatment, as well as for family occasions and business. An accessible adult changing facility is a necessity, allowing people with high support needs to be part of community life and activities without the time restriction and the difficulties imposed by toilet limitations. Availability is a concern. For example, if you were travelling on the Pacific Highway between North Sydney and Brisbane, you would travel for at least 5 hours before reaching a public toilet with any changing facilities. In Western New South Wales, if you travel west of Dubbo, there are simply none available at all. And this is per the National Public Toilet Map. In today's world, is this acceptable for families coping with care for someone with special needs? Transporting a cancer patient to specialist appointments in Griffith in 2015, we were forced to use the damp floor of a disabled toilet. There was no alternative. We have also witnessed a person with disabilities forced to change in our main street, somewhat shielded by carers, but this was due to lack of available facilities. This is not good enough. We support the provision of bins in male public toilets for the disposal of continence aids. More than 2.4 million Australian boys and men live with incontinence, and 42% of these are under the age of 50 years. These numbers will likely grow. Half of men aged 85 and over experience urinary incontinence. These men have increased difficulty leaving home and being active in society due to incontinence, and generally have nowhere to dispose of any continence aids. In Heidi's local area, only 1 out of the 36 public toilet facilities have a suitable disposable bin for men. Parents and carers of small children of opposite sex need access to suitable toilets. Unisex family toilets, clearly signposted as such, should be universally available in our public spaces to provide comfort, convenience, and peace of mind for everyone using these facilities. Without them, parents are forced to make decisions that can lead to fear, social judgment, or requesting strangers to assist their children with something as private and personal as toileting. The Country Women's Association advocates on behalf of women and families. We believe that all community members deserve dignity and consideration when exercising the basic right of using public toilet. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very informative. Was that a shared opening statement, or is there another one as well?
Oh, no, that was shared.
Thank you very much. I might start off with the questions. I mean, you've given a really important description of why these kinds of facilities are important to people. What have you heard, if these things aren't provided, what impact does that have on people? What are the decisions that people are making?
So the first thing would be the social isolation. So we're seeing that with incontinence widely. And I'm speaking on behalf of the CWA, but I'm also a continence physiotherapist. So I work in this space every day. So the social isolation is documented, particularly for men. There's high levels of men having lower quality of life and social exclusion through not having facilities available to them when they leave. In terms of accessing change facilities, you see the same sort of thing of people holding back from attending events in society and being part of the community because they know the risk is there of not having access. And with toileting, it's a really personal and embarrassing matter. So in terms of the stakes are quite high for people if something were to go wrong, even if they can't access a toilet. We're talking quite often considered a very embarrassing situation. So people will just consider the stakes and the risks of that too high and not engage with community.
Thank you.
And we're seeing a similar sort of thing in terms of parents. So the risk of parents going out, and often, things will fall back to mothers being carers of children because it's more socially acceptable, just through our cultural sort of history with women being the main carers. And so a lot of men are less inclined to want to look after their daughters in a public space as well. This is all sort of discussions that have come about when the CWA made these policies.
Thank you. You're obviously representing country women and country families. Are there particular considerations you think the committee should take on board in terms of the needs of rural and regional communities compared to in urban areas?
I think it comes down to accessibility and the need for travel as well. Judy mentioned in the opening statement about the need for travel, and a lot of the time if we're talking travel to appointments, travel to see family, travel to access other services, a lot of what comes into travel is the use of public toilets. And rurally, a lot of the time, the public toilets are the only ones available because there are no large shopping centres to access change facilities and better disabled facilities, and there are no large, fast food franchises with clean toilets. We are just relying on public toilets. So in terms of rural areas, I think that's really where it's highlighted that anyone with mobility needs and incontinence needs, really the public toilet is the only chance they have for accessing facilities.
Thanks. And just to follow up, are you particularly talking about roadside sort of stops while you're en route somewhere? Or is it the facilities in parks and public places as well?
All of that, yeah. There are stretches of the country where there are no good sort of accessible roadside facilities, or there aren't any between a certain stretch. So you're relying on a small country town's park public toilet to access.
Great. You gave a couple of examples in the opening statement about particular stretches of highway where if you were driving in that direction, I think you said 5 hours, which is astonishing. You may need to take this question on notice, but I'm actually really interested in having an understanding from your members if there are other examples like that. Are there particular sort of toilet black spots that the committee should be aware of?
I think where that information came from is the National Public Toilet Map. So a lot of that information will be gathered from there. That's also where we found the lack of change facilities further west of Dubbo and, north of the state as well. There's also a big gap according to that map, anywhere north of Tamworth. So even towards Inverell, Narrabri, Moree, there are no facilities marked on the toilet map. And I would assume that if a council has gone to the effort of making that toilet, that they would register it on the public toilet map. Although that is generally done by Continence Foundation members, but there are lots of methods that influence how that map is made. So there would be other, I would say, black holes we don't know about, and it would be interesting to gather some information amongst our members of where those might be.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Last question from me, and we'll go to other committee members. There's been a fair bit of discussion already around the design of cubicles themselves. And in a lot of rural areas, in parks and public spaces, where you have the single cubicle that has the wash basin inside it and opens directly onto a park or open space, compared to a design where you have a shared private space and a row of cubicles. It occurs to me, I'm hearing your recommendations around, for example, parents and children being able to enter together, people with disability and their carers being able to enter together. Do you feel that more universal design meets those needs? Is that what you'd be recommending?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, you have a point on this.
I was just going to say that the single cubicle larger area would be ideal for this, because it allows the parent a little bit of room as well to move about and perhaps change a young child if necessary. Some areas in the Riverina where I live do have these, but they're few and far between.
Thank you.
We also find that myself, I am slightly challenged as far as mobility goes, and use a wheelie walker. And I have great difficulty in accessing some of the disabled toilets, because the outer door is so heavy, it almost needs a muscle man to stand there and open it for you. If you lean across and you're trying to manoeuvre a walker, you lose all your strength trying to lean across, let alone open the door. And if you try and swing the door, it just doesn't happen sometimes.
Thank you. That's a great example. I might go to other committee members for questions.
Thanks, Chair. Can I thank you both for the submission? It's incredibly helpful, and you really zero in on some really specific issues that are really useful. I might ask a question first to Ms Mortimer. I've noticed that in Dunedoo, you actually seem pretty well served by public toilets. And I was wondering if you could explain to us the history behind that. I stop there regularly on my travels around, and it seems relatively well serviced compared to other towns of a comparable size. Is there some sort of interesting history about that?
I think it's to do with our recognition of ourselves as a buy-through. Yeah. Like, we know that a lot of the time people stopping in Dunedoo are stopping to use toilets because they are travelling somewhere. So I think we ended up deciding, and I think these decisions were made when I was quite young, so forgive me if I don't quite nail it, but I think, just recognition that what people were wanting to use our town facilities for was toileting. So if we have a good facility, then people are more likely to stop and then spend money at our town centre, particularly accessing our cafes, our supermarket. It kind of came along those lines. And because of the setup of Dunedoo, of that one side of the main street being park, it was sort of a recognition of the park and the facilities. And the town was just really all for the public toilet kind of being a feature, I guess.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying there's actually 2 significant public toilet facilities on the main street of Dunedoo. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are both of those single-use cubicles accessible from public space? Or is there an older one that's an old style one? I actually just can't
There's
recall.
an older style one and there's a newer style one with the automatic door.
Yeah. Yeah. And does the newer one have any other sort of community facilities or storage space or parenting room or something like that? Or am I wrong in thinking that?
No, I don't believe there's a parenting room in that one. Yeah. So I think it still needs some review. Yeah.
Okay. So we've been taking evidence about the single-use cubicle. So just a question for you both, if I could. And maybe it sort of seems that there might be some circumstances where limitations on space, for example, might mean that single-use cubicles are not accessible. So, for example, a busy train station or a big football stadium, maybe an older one, where the old-style toilet is needed. But in terms of regional New South Wales, in terms of, I guess, suburban streets, public parks, all those sorts of areas, is it your view, both of you, that that we should be aiming towards the single-use cubicle accessible from public space, because it addresses those issues that you've raised in your submission in terms of parents being able to access them without concerns about entering an opposite-sex space, privacy, all those sorts of concerns?
I think as long as it's clearly signposted as such. I think the understanding around single room cubicles at the moment is that they're just disabled facilities, whereas if it's signposted as this is, it has facilities for parents and it has facilities for the disabled population, I think that would create a better uptake. Because right now, like a lot of parents that we speak to, they don't want to be using disabled toilet facilities that have always been branded as such. But I understand the need for sort of making use of the space that you have and wanting to create all these facilities if we could, but sometimes there is just one space that can serve that or serve those several needs.
Yeah, have you got any thoughts on that, Miss Finlay?
I just feel that the single space is ideal if we could get it. It's possibly a question of money in a lot of cases, and places already have a public toilet. The council is probably not going to line up and offer to build an extra one, but I think it will be sort of more essential as people are travelling a whole lot more in our area in the Riverina anyway. We have caravans going through sometimes 4 and 5 in a little convoy, and the people are looking for facilities, and they do stop in our town because the facilities are close to the road, the toilets are new, and people find them easy to use. We don't have the changing facilities, but we do have a really good area for the disabled toilet, and we do have buses as well that come through, both tourist buses and the rail buses that come through as a routine daily.
Yeah. So where I live in Dubbo, the council recently built what I would call old-style toilet with male and female spaces with rows of cubicles, etc. And it was a bit controversial in the community, with a lot of people expressing the preference for single-use cubicles. Are you aware of women, for example, who simply might not use that sort of facility, where they've got to, for example, enter around a corner and then enter a large shared public space with a row of cubicles? Do you think that's a disincentive to using those sort of facilities? And do you think that the single-use cubicle are where you know what you're getting, in the sense that you enter through a door and you know what's in there before you enter? Is that a more attractive proposition for those people?
I see your point, and I see how people have got there. I think there is no obvious stance amongst our organisation of this question in terms of multi-gendered toilets, or all genders being able to access the one facility. As long as the idea behind it is inclusivity and access for the groups that we're mentioning, then I don't see a downside necessarily. But I guess it's a particular question that I don't know the stance amongst our organisation exactly. Judy, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I don't think it's been discussed locally. We've just had our meeting with all the other branches in our area, and I asked the ladies if they had any ideas to bring forward, and nobody mentioned that one.
Another concern that was raised in Dubbo in that context was parents of young children, for example, using that park, say male parent or father, not wanting to enter the girls' toilet with a young daughter because it's maybe seen as not acceptable, and that being another advantage of the single-use cubicle. Is that a view that's been expressed by members?
Absolutely.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. And what's the sort of prevailing social convention around that, do you think? Do you think it's acceptable for a man to enter the girls' toilet for that purpose, or would that be seen as a total no-no? I've never been in that situation personally, but...
I mean, I've witnessed that situation many times, and I don't think, like, generally people don't have an issue with that, but it really just depends on the individuals in the situation. I think it is becoming more socially acceptable, and often the man's the first person to say something about why he's in the bathroom, and that's where it comes into the, people asking strangers to care for their children. I've seen that situation many times where a man will say, look, I feel awkward about entering the women's bathroom. Can you just look out for my daughter, she's in there. Which puts a whole different level of safety perspective onto this discussion and, the decisions that parents are having to make simply around toileting. Whereas if we had more inclusive bathrooms in that sense, or a parent's space, or the single use, that would eliminate that as a problem.
I've got more questions, Chair, but I might just hand over to see if we've got enough time.
Thank you. I'll go to other committee members first.
Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for appearing. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. I might start with toilets that the CWA manages, and if you're aware of any in New South Wales. I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
No, I'm not aware of any that CWA themselves manage.
I think it would be the only ones at any CWA rooms, but I don't have any information about how many there might be.
If you could take that on notice, and I'm particularly interested in, I suppose, how, if you receive any local, state or federal funding in any way to ensure that they're open for the general public to use, if that is the case. You're familiar with the toilet map. I'm interested to know whether you think the information that's available on that is adequate enough, or do we need to look at doing a state, I suppose, audit or assessment of what toilets are available here in New South Wales?
It's, as far as I can tell, a very contemporary and up-to-date map, but it is managed by, a federal department, and as part of that, the Continence program. So, like, on paper, it should be working really well and be very up-to-date, but I'm not sure on their level of audit. But I know they have several layers of tech support and community input, so I've sort of learned to trust it as a resource. But definitely it could be a bit more friendly. They do have an app version, but it is a bit clunky. It could do with perhaps an update. And if there is information that is lacking from that anyone is bringing up, so far I can see it covers the main perspectives and it tries to say what's accessible, but I don't know on the levels that they decide toilets are accessible. So there could be room for a state version of that. But then there comes with it the promotion of it and who is auditing it, who's keeping track of it, who's making sure it's accurate. Yep.
And do you know if with the national toilet map it includes also state-run or I suppose state-managed toilets like train stations? Are they also included in that map, or is that a separate thing altogether?
It may be separate because, like, they do have shopping centre, car parks, things like that. I don't know how much is related to transport, and certainly I can't really see too many sticking out on there that are state-run. Yeah,
and that's something that we can ask as to whether or not the states feed that information in. I suppose that takes me to the area around. There's been a bit of discussion this morning about sort of the local government role in managing, upgrading, and then the funding. Do you think the overall ensuring that there is enough public toilets, or whether it's also in partnership with organisations or businesses, should be something that is managed at a local government level, supported by state, or something that should be managed at a state level or at a federal level? And that's, I suppose, the big question, because then it comes back to where does the money roll from?
I think the management should come from local council because they have local information and they're aware of the layout of towns and villages in their area. But mostly they're always complaining they haven't got enough money. So I say the funding would have to come from either state or federal. I do know that when they were updating our local toilets in our own village, which we have about 300 people in our village, but it's a very central area for travellers. And we get people along the Burley Griffin Way all the time, transport drivers, B-doubles, and that sort of thing. And during harvest, we get farmers as well, because our public park is very close to the Grain Corp organisation, so they're very well used. When they were about to update the toilets, they asked CWA in Barellan for their opinion, and we wrote with what we considered were basic requirements, and then that was approved, and we received a little diagram saying what they were going to build. Next thing we found, they must have been short of funds, so they tried to downsize the ladies' toilets, and we put in an objection, and our instructions were followed to the letter then. So we found that these toilets were much more satisfactory than what they could have been.
Don't take on the CWA. Just my final question comes back to that reporting and complaints. What is the process now? Is it coordinated, or is it just if your local council happens to have a complaints hotline? Do you know anything about that at all?
We do have a person that looks after that sort of thing, and we can phone him direct.
Yep.
Which we have done.
Do you know if that's a coordinated thing across the state with each local government area, or is it just depends on the council at the time?
I think it's just, I'm just referring to our local council, but I would say there would be someone accessible to take complaints from each council.
Right, thank you.
Mrs. McDonald?
Sorry. Thank you for attending today. I just three sort of very generic questions there. So what do you think regional councils can do to ensure better access to public toilets? Because we've heard earlier, you know, they're usually I don't know, not fit for purpose, and that. So what do you think regional councils can do?
So I think in terms of like if they're interested in some resources or figuring out where to start, so an organisation we've referred to in our policy is Changing Places, in terms of change rooms, in terms of making these accessible and the process of doing that. They've got some great guidelines on how to achieve that. So there are resources out there that councils can use that have been very well thought out and had great input from the people that need to access these. I think it's just a matter of marrying the resource with the council. But in terms of general access, I think we've got the main ideas of, you know, disabled parking spaces near the toilets is important, and then making sure that the toilets are accessible, because some councils lock them at all hours when, you know, people are wanting to travel maybe earlier and later than typically wanted, then typically some toilets are available. And so that's where the park toilets, I think, really come in handy, rather than relying on toilets from shopping centres. So the council-run toilets are quite important for people travelling outside of typical business hours as well. In terms of the construction of toilets, like we've referred to the National Construction Code throughout our policy as well, which has some great guidelines on how accessible toilets can be achieved. And in terms of continence bins, I know it's not quite access, but it is part of our policy. Like there's the Bins for Blokes movement, which has a lot of detail on how councils can contact organisations and get bins put into men's toilets. So the resources are there. I think it's a matter of utilising the right ones.
Mm-hmm. And just with regard to changes that can be made to accommodate parents and carers who are accompanying their children to public toilets. I know my son, when he's with his daughter, uses the disabled toilet, but that's not really satisfactory. So what changes do you think could be made there so that, you know, he's not taking someone else's resource, but is still able to feel that, you know, his daughter is safe in going to the bathroom?
So unisex family toilets are what we've sort of suggested in our policy, which is, you know, the use of family toilets separate to, you know, whether or not there's a few different toilets in a public toilet block, whether there's the disabled toilet, a family toilet of 2 toilets or a room, and then some male and female toilets, or if that wants to be, you know, a unisex toilet block, but making facilities that are clearly signposted and made for purpose for families takes away that feeling of, you know, using a disabled toilet which is being set up for disabled individuals as opposed to families. I think that's where the family toilet becomes its own need, and that's why I guess we have a separate policy for family toilets as opposed to accessible toilets for disabled people.
Thank you.
We're actually over time. Thank you so much for sharing your time and your experiences with us today. I think there was a question taken on notice there, and there'll probably be some supplementary questions in writing as well, so the Secretariat will be in contact with you about that.
Thank you. Thanks for your
Thank
time.
you.
Thanks so much again.
Really helpful.
Hello. Can you hear me okay online?
We can.
Fantastic. My name's Dr. Amanda Conn. I'm the chair of the inquiry. Could you please start by introducing yourselves with your name and position title, and then taking either the oath or the affirmation?
I'm Rochelle, Courtney, the founder and managing director of Share the Dignity.
And I'm Brittany Edwards. I'm the advocacy and communication specialist at Share the Dignity.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank
you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yeah. I'm Rochelle, the founder of Share the Dignity, a national charity that I started in 2015 when I read an article that talked about the fact that women and girls were having to use socks and newspaper to deal with their period. I couldn't believe that this was happening in Australia, and I couldn't believe actually that no one had done anything about it. The phrase period poverty had never been seen anywhere, and I'm really proud of the work that Share the Dignity has done in the past 10 years to ensure that people who are doing it tough don't have to go without. I know that hearing stories firsthand about women, about girls having to use socks, steal socks from a laundromat to deal with their period because they cannot afford the very basic essentials, is as important for us to be able to declare that provision of period products should be as accessible as toilet paper. But even hearing stories about how a mum has dropped their kids off at school and picked up the wrong handbag and doesn't have access to period products in that handbag and has got her period unexpectedly is as important to ensuring that there is provision of period products in every bathroom in Australia. So whether that be at school, at work, at university, participating in sport, that's why we're so passionate about ensuring that everybody has access to the basic of essentials. We're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Wonderful, thank you. I should note, because we're here at Parliament House, that we've recently had period products provided in some of the toilets here, which is a really fantastic initiative for a public building. Yeah. So we've made some progress here. My first question was, in your written submission, you've given a list of locations where you believe that the dignity vending machines are most needed, and that was schools, community centres, hospitals, public spaces. Could you speak a bit about what you've heard from the community, how you've gathered that evidence, how have you worked out that that's where these services are most needed?
Yeah, look, we know through our Bloody Big survey, and we conducted our Bloody Big survey every 3 years. In 2021, we did the first survey, and in 2024, we did the next survey. We know that provision of period products has affected more than 62% of Australian women. And when I have spoken to sporting organisations, to give you one example, we're talking about how do we have not have a barrier for girls participating in sport. And one of the major reasons that they're not playing sport is a lack of a fear of leaking, and that there is no provision of period products in bathrooms in sport. And when I talk to somebody like Soccer Australia, and they're saying, yeah, that's great, we can put them in training bags and so forth, but there's no sanitary bins in council bathrooms wherever they're playing sport, as well as no provision of period products, sometimes not even toilet paper there. So, you know, if that was happening in normal environments of boys playing sport, I don't think that would be okay. When we've looked at the survey stats, do you want to talk to some of those?
Just to add to that, so when we conducted our survey in 2024, we had 153,000 respondents nationally who menstruate. And in New South Wales specifically, we found that over 12% of people who had been in hospital and needed period products had not been able to receive them. So we've received some kind of heartbreaking stories about that, of people having a miscarriage and being sent home with a bluey or something like that, or gauze in their underwear to try and stop the bleeding. And if it was any other part of your body bleeding, you would receive the adequate support to be able to manage that. And then further to that, we also found that 55% of people in New South Wales have missed work due to their period, 62% have missed school due to their period, and 68% have missed sport due to their period. And a lot of people expressed it's a fear of leaking, and for fear of leaking, we see that as something that's fixable. A lot of people, 1 in 5 said that they haven't been able to have had to use something else to manage their period. So whether you're at work and get your period unexpectedly, and then suddenly having to stuff toilet paper to deal with your period, and then it has the ongoing effects to that. So yeah, it's just something that we've seen as a widespread issue. And when it comes to New South Wales, 63% of people who live in New South Wales have said they've found it difficult to afford period products due to cost. So it's not something that's quite isolated, it's something that is affecting a large portion of the community. And it also is something that's disproportionately affecting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So we found that 20% of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples have not been able to afford period products just in the last 12 months.
Wow. Those are very compelling statistics. Just before I go to other committee members, could you just talk us through the dignity vending machines and how they work? We've actually got some in my local community in Albury. I know you've partnered with the council, but for people who haven't seen them, what do they look like? How do they work? And particularly, we often hear concerns about real or perceived risk around things like vandalism. So how do you mitigate that, and how do they work in practice?
Yeah, great question. So the Dignity vending machines came about because I was standing in a homelessness service back in 2016 where a woman had come up to the counter and asked for some period products. I would never have been brave enough to have asked for period products, and I wondered why our donations were not in the bathroom. When I asked why they weren't in the bathroom, they cannot be opened because they fall under the Therapeutics Goods Association Act. And unfortunately, the ladies that were there were trying to take the full packets back to Coles or Kmart and exchange them for food. So they were choosing their dignity over what they needed for other means to be able to survive. So the vending machine I created was a world first. At the press of a button, you would get a bespoke period pack, which was you were never then able to, this is not available in any store, so you couldn't choose your dignity over anything else. So this has got 2 pads and 6 tampons in it. At the press of a button, a period pack comes out of the machine. I also then put in a timing mechanism because I didn't want this machine to be emptied by people being silly. And so the machine has got a timing mechanism that can be set between 1 minute and 10 minutes. That stops vandalism. We now have 1,033 of these machines installed around Australia. They all have telemetry in them. So I can tell you, I also wanted to ensure that those machines were never empty. So I'd hate the thought that Ruby, who's 14, who would normally get period products from school during the week or on holidays, knew to go in and get period products from that machine in her local library or wherever it is, and the machine is empty. So our telemetry will tell us when it's down to the last 10, if it's been empty, how long it's empty for, what is the most used day of that machine. That is vitally important to ensuring that, one, we're providing period products that cannot be returned, but also that that maintenance of that machine is as equally as important as putting it on the wall. Every vending machine has got the 1-800 RESPECT number on it, but also so does every period pack.
Thank you. Might go to other members.
Tell us,
You go ahead.
That can also tell us which areas of community are highly using the machine, so we can make sure that it is in locations where they are being used. And then that also supports what you were asking before about how do we know what areas need support. So we know that hospitals are highly used and highly vended, showing us that there needs to be more adequate support there.
Same with we've been doing this for 8 years now. We know that libraries are quite utilised machines as well as schools.
Thank you. I'll go to questions from the rest of the committee.
Thank you. I've just got a couple around, firstly, I suppose, how you're funded, if it's all through philanthropic, and how you choose or identify priority areas.
Yeah, great question. At the beginning, when we were putting vending machines in, we funded them ourselves, to give you an understanding. So funded that ourselves through philanthropic funds. We have a partnership with Woolworths, so 5 cents from the sale of every period product sold in March and August comes to us, which helps us to increase the fleet of vending machines out there. Although in 2020, we were given a contract by Queensland Education to provide a vending machine in every primary and secondary school. So we have more than 700 machines of those in primary and secondary schools. So our money is diversified. It does come from some government, some philanthropic, and fundraising.
And at the moment, is Queensland and I know that you're from Queensland, is Queensland the only state government that has partnered with you, or are others interested, or have you reached out to any of the other states?
Yeah, so we do have vending machines in South Australia and Tasmania that are funded. Every state is different, and in actual some states are just done portion by portion. In Victoria, we threw our hat in the ring, obviously, for the 1,400 vending machines to be distributed in public places, and we were not successful in that grant, in that application.
And then the other question was just when it comes to when it's based on philanthropic support, how you prioritise where the vending machines should be placed?
Yeah, so we obviously have vending machines in homelessness services and domestic violence services, then in community placements. So we literally work with around 3,500 charities in Australia. So we work with the charities on the ground to help us to determine where those machines need to be.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lowe?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Rochelle and Courtney, for your evidence and your submission. It's really helpful. We've had some evidence earlier in the inquiry about the ideal design of public toilets, and particularly we've had quite a bit of discussion about, I guess, two different ways of designing them. One being a sort of private single-use cubicle that you access from public space, as opposed to the sort of old-style male-female cement block, if you like. And just firstly, I was wondering, what is your organisation's thoughts about the ideal design of a public toilet? And I appreciate that your focus is on a particular issue, but it seems quite relevant to the overall design issues, I think.
I guess like one thing that I can think of is that when it comes to like people with period, not everybody identifies as a woman. So sometimes, like particularly when we're talking about like schools and stuff like that, we have actually suggested that they put the dignity vending machine in kind of like the disability toilet or a unisex toilet, so that people who need it can access it. So I guess like when it comes to period specifically, like if it was like individual cubicles, like obviously it would just need to be kind of like in an area where everybody could access it.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, if it was in like a kind of like split by female, male, like obviously like you do what you have to, but sometimes like going into the disability toilets can be a benefit just because everybody can access it.
Yeah. I was going to ask actually that, almost that exact issue. If you had say a public toilet with multiple single-use cubicles, and sometimes you see them with like 2 male, 2 female, 1 or 2 unisex, and maybe a disability one, where would you put the dispenser? Would you put it in one of the cubicles, or would you put it outside, or does it need to be in an enclosed space in terms of vandalism and so forth?
We've had, to give you an understanding, we've got 1,033 vending machines installed around Australia. We've had 2 incidences of vandalism in the last 8 years. One in a public toilet in Tasmania, which is in a very high need area. We've actually even had to put a cage around it, but that is more because they will say that it's more because the men are vandalising it, not the women who are utilising it. So, I don't know what. And the only other one was they will take the skin off the machines just to be vandalised, and that was in a school in New South Wales where we had used to put them in. We've upgraded our skins now so that they're anti vandalism, but to give you that understanding of that amount of machines that have had such a low, there's no money in them, so they're really not there to, there's no gain other than period products from them. So the main thing that we have is that people will turn them off to be able to charge their phone.
Yeah.
So making sure that the electricity is now a covered piece at the top has deterred that.
Yeah.
The learnings that we've had over the years have helped with that.
So do you think, for example, in the case of a block like that where you might have 6 single-use cubicles, could you put it in one of the cubicles and then maybe have some advertising in the others?
Yeah.
That if you need
You just
this
need
facility,
signage.
it's there?
Yeah.
Signage,
And we do have like stickers and stuff like that, even in like, for like, even if you think about charities and stuff like that, that often have kind of like a small number of toilets, like it'll say like where to go to access the vending machine, so then people know.
Yeah, so you might have to wait a while, but you'll get it eventually if someone else is using that cubicle.
And if you need it, you're going to wait. To be honest, is what we found. Like, even if people need 2 packets, they'll still dispense one, wait the 10 minutes and get another one if they need it to get through the weekend.
Yeah. And in terms of menstruation, is there any other design issues that we should be thinking about in terms of public toilets? Obviously, the provision of these machines is the key thing, but is there any other design issues? Like, is there a reason why, for example, to accommodate that particular reality, that we should be having single-use cubicles or single-use cubicles designed in a different way? Is there any other issues in that regard?
I can't.
I don't think so.
I don't
I would
think
just
so.
think about the access to the sanitary bins. I think is
The
just
bins, yeah.
most important.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just ensuring adequate number of sanitary bins for the toilets. But I wouldn't say there's any other design aspects that need to be considered.
We've taken some evidence about hand washing and a suggestion that water should be accessible external to the cubicle. And I think I've seen some public toilets where the hand washing facilities are sort of communal and they're external to the cubicles. And we had a witness talk about how there should be hand washing facilities inside cubicles, even if there's shared hand washing or water facilities outside. Would you agree with that?
That's a great point. For reusable period products, having hand washing facilities internal to the toilet is really beneficial, because then people can wash their menstrual cup and stuff like that without having to go outside. For menstrual cups specifically and discs, having an internal basin can be really helpful so that people can clean it. I guess I also like thinking, if you're experiencing homelessness, people actually do use cups when they're experiencing homelessness, is what we've heard. And if you had the internal sinks, it would actually allow them to clean their menstrual cup without having to do that in a public space.
Yeah. And is there any particular issues in regard to hand washing in terms of soap and so forth that you guys have turned your mind to? We've taken some evidence on that as well. I mean, it should be available.
Just that it should be available, but nothing specific.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for your evidence. Thanks, Jeff.
Last question from me. I'm interested in understanding the costs associated with the DVM. So obviously there's an initial setup cost of installing a machine, and then there'd be an ongoing cost to restock them. And I imagine that'd be a fairly big range based on where these are or who's managing them and how much they're used. Can you give us a sense of the range of costs?
Yeah, absolutely. So it is $10,000 for the first year, which is the installation of the machine and the stock, and then normally $5,000 per year after that. So, but to give you an understanding, that can't be the case in hospitals, because in hospitals, we go through 3 times the amount of stock than we do in a library or a community centre and so forth. So, hence why we've got all of the data of the machines and where they are and what the usage is. We're more comfortable just to say that's the average, that's the norm. Hospitals, however, are very different. There is such a high usage in hospitals. In saying that, I think that there should be pads on every floor in every hospital, and that would be something
alleviate
the issue, right?
And do the machines, are they all the same size, or is there actually a range in terms of the usage? Would you install a bigger machine that holds more stock somewhere like a hospital?
No, we have one size machine with the what we call the smart machine. We do have other forms of dispensers, but they don't have the they just come out. You just pull the period packs out. So there's no reason why somebody can't just empty them all.
Okay.
Right. We also have a portable one that St John's ambulance use when they go to the race days, or they use to go off to events and stuff like that. So we have different versions, but the one that we know has a better return on the data that you need and the safety that we need of not having them empty is the vending machine.
The best for public spaces.
Yeah.
And who typically does the restocking?
So to give you an example of the schools in Queensland where we've got 700, the school restocks the machine. They just use the QR code to order more stock, but it depends on whether it's the cleaner or whether it's a part of the staff, because that's That is not, though, what we quoted when we had to have do the Victorian tender, because we would have to pay externally for somebody to come in. That's the big piece.
Okay. And have you got examples of your machines in rural and regional areas?
Albury-Wodonga area. So yeah, so we have them even in remote Indigenous communities.
And actually, in remote communities, the DVMs, more people were likely to use a DVM. We found in rural and remote areas in our survey.
Okay. And how does it work in a remote community in terms of, you know, these questions of ongoing maintenance and stocking? Are they places where you've partnered with a council, or do you actually come and restock them? Who's doing it?
So the council will restock them in where we have them in libraries. The staff will restock them. So it makes it a much more affordable way to be able to do it, right? If we have to, and we certainly as a charity, when we put our hat in for the Victorian tender, that is the cost we've never had to bear, right? Because we're not in, that's not the scope of work that we've done. It's a community-led organisation where the machine is always full.
And those packs that you showed us, one of those boxes,
Yeah.
I assume that's the size of box that's dispensed by your DVMs.
Yes.
Do you then sell the refill packs to those councils, schools, etc.?
Yeah, so to give you an example, the Albury Council paid $25,000 for the 4 years of the vending machine. That's all of the stock paid for. That's then set and forget. They then just order every time. It's regardless of how much they use.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. We just have a couple of minutes left. If there are no more questions, I might ask, is there anything else that you really wanted to share with the committee today that we haven't specifically asked about?
I don't think anything
I don't
in
think so.
particular. I guess just one thing that might be just nice to note is that when we did our survey and we're looking about the access to free period products, we asked people how it would like improve their thoughts of, like, you know, whether it was a workplace, a school, the public space, a council, and overwhelmingly people said that it would improve their like their appreciation of the organisation or corporate who is providing it. So it is something that people find as a really great way to feel supported, I'd say.
Thank you. That's a really positive note to end on.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for all the work that you've done and for taking the time to share your experiences with us today. If there are any questions on notice, the Secretariat will be in touch with you.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you got to click there.
Welcome back to the inquiry into public toilets, and just for the benefit of anyone watching online, we've slightly rearranged things, so we'll hear from the witnesses from the Justice and Equity Centre and the Street Care members all together. Thank you so much for coming today and for taking the time to share your experience with us. It's going to be really valuable. If I could get you each to introduce yourselves and take either the oath or the affirmation, and we might start with Ms. Daly and go along the row.
Hello, I'm Alana Daly, Policy Officer at the Justice and Equity Centre. I'll be taking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
My name's David Streetfield. I'm with Street Care and I'll do the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
My name's Anthony Pearce, Tony Pearce from Street Care, and I shall also have the affirmation. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Hi, my name's Roxana Calnins. I'll do the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
I'll go first, if you like. Thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee today. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. Sovereignty was never ceded, and I pay my respects to elders past and present. I'm appearing on behalf of the Justice and Equity Centre, formerly the Public Interest Advocacy Centre. We are a social justice law and policy organisation that works with people and communities who are marginalised and facing disadvantage. Our Homeless Persons Legal Service, or HPLS, provides free legal advice to people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. And we also address the causes of homelessness and broader housing issues through policy work. This is informed by casework and by Street Care, some of which who are here today, who are an advisory group of people with lived experience of homelessness. The current lack of safe and accessible public toilets in New South Wales disproportionately impacts people experiencing homelessness. It further impacts on people who may need to access facilities more often, for example, people who menstruate, people with health conditions, parents and carers as well. Public toilets serve many purposes beyond personal hygiene, including being a place to get changed or access drinking water. People experiencing homelessness have as much a right as anyone else to be in public spaces, as per the New South Wales Protocol for Homeless People in Public Spaces. Improving access to this basic service is an important way to support people experiencing homelessness to participate in community life. As stated in our submission, we recommend an increase in the number of safe, clean and accessible public toilets in New South Wales. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else like to make an opening statement?
Just to speak on behalf of the Street Care team. So we are appearing today as representatives of Street Care, which is an advisory group of people with a lived experience of homelessness. We advocate for improved supports for those experiencing homelessness and provide essential advice to stakeholders in the housing and homelessness sector, including specialist homeless services and government. In particular, a lot of you might be familiar with the new protocol that's been introduced, the protocol for homeless people in public spaces. The Street Care team worked on that for 18 months with previously DCJ, now Homes New South Wales, to produce the new document. It was hard work. We really did do. It was a 100% commitment from the whole team, and we're really proud of the final product that came out of that. So, and we'd just like to point out that engaging the voice of lived experience results in a greater integrity and better outcomes for laws, policies and practices. So we thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. I have a couple of questions to start with, and then we'll go to other committee members.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Did you want to make your statement, Rocky?
Oh, so read this?
Yeah.
Now?
Do that now?
My apologies. I didn't mean to skip it.
It's okay.
Hi, my name's Rocky. I'm a grateful member of Street Care and I have 16 years of lived experience as a rough sleeper, a female rough sleeper. Obviously, social limitations and isolation are realities if access to clean, fit-for-use public toilets is inadequate. Lack of sanitation for people without safe, adequate housing can only reinforce the discrimination experienced on account of lack of hygiene. Their stigmatisation, vilification and criminalisation is increased. These factors impact on health and well-being. Many vulnerable members of our society may be refused access to toilets in shops, restaurants, shopping centres, etc. Without stable housing, these people must rely on social infrastructures to gain access to water and sanitation and hygiene facilities. This process takes significant effort and time, travelling to churches, shelters and other specialist homelessness services on specific days to fill a water bottle, take a shower, clean a wound, change a tampon. One of the most pervasive forms of gender discrimination experienced daily by girls and women is inadequate access to safe private public toilets. Women use public toilets with more frequency than men and spend longer in them. Menstruating women and girls require the ability to change their menstrual materials up to 4 times a day. Women have increased and fluctuating sanitation needs due to pregnancy, postpartum bleeding, miscarriage, incontinence, fibroids and endometriosis. The inability to safely, adequately address these physical needs leads to physical, psychosocial and emotional consequences. Reduced interaction, social isolation, breakdown of relationships, depression, anxiety, sleep disturbance. Women assume greater caregiving roles within families and society as a whole, often requiring them to bring children, elderly family members or people living with disability into toilets. Women are vulnerable to sexual violence or harassment when accessing isolated, unsafe public toilets. The elements that need to be in place for women to freely access public toilets are cleanliness, preserve privacy, design of partition walls and doors, consider audio privacy, safe to use, adequate lighting inside and out, including pathways leading to, consider location, ensure approach is safe regarding foliage, any place where people may hide and ambush someone approaching or leaving, consider partition walls, security of. Space for 2 or more people to move around, carers, children, wheelchair space, non-slip flooring, handrails, changing table, culturally appropriate sanitary disposal options, sanitary products available, continence wet products available, hand washing facilities, mirrors for checking clothes for blood, for example, reducing shame, stress and taboo, duress button. I also would like to propose that public toilets have a free dispensing machine that dispenses clean syringes and also naloxone nasal spray, which can be administered to treat opioid overdose. Naloxone is an opiate. It's an opiate antagonist. It blocks opiate receptors and can reduce opioids in the system. It won't have any effect on anybody that doesn't have opiates in their system. Vulnerable members of our communities are dying in public toilets of overdoses. This is a fact. Incontinence aids and sanitary disposal bins need to be in male toilets also. The engineering field is largely dominated by men, so it's vital that women be consulted during the design process, and particularly women who lack safe, secure housing and are therefore more reliant on these essential services. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you so much. My first question is about the design of public toilets, and Roxana, you just started giving some examples at the end of your statement there of things that are needed. My first question is for people experiencing homelessness. Could you share with us what you're using the toilet for? It's obviously goes beyond just using the actual toilet. So when we're thinking about regulating the design of toilets and what leads to the long list of things you're asking for, can you explain to us the ways that you use public toilets?
Sometimes it can be escaping the environment, like escaping, it could be raining, could be storming, could be really hot, and it might be only the refuge that you have to escape those sort of things. But Rocky's mentioned, like, just simple things like filling water bottles, washing your hands and face, taking your dirty shirt off and putting a clean shirt on if you've got one, things like that, rinsing out your smalls in the basin. I think that, so beyond the obvious use of a toilet that we're all familiar with, a toilet becomes something that I think we all take for granted, but for a person experiencing homelessness, a toilet becomes a luxury, and it becomes a luxury for those varying reasons. Yeah.
Have you got particular examples that you're aware of, either from your own experience or the other people you work with through Street Care, of particularly good public toilets in Sydney that we should look to in as example, or particularly bad ones that need to get fixed?
Newman Ward Park that the City Council's just installed. There was one there previously, and they took it down. It was gone for 2 years, and during that 2 year period, the lack of a public toilet in Ward Park was noticeably. It was the effect that it had on the community, not just the people experiencing homelessness, but the community in general. People knew there was a toilet there and they'd go there, so luckily they could access either the community centre at Northcote, or if someone asked me, I'd say go to the pub across the road. So it's in a park, so it's got vertical gardens and it's got a rooftop garden, and it's one of those self-cleaning toilets, and it's got, when you go approach the toilet, it'll say closed, open, cleaning, unavailable, so it'll let you know, so you're not sort of waiting. They're designed to accommodate just one person, and I think there is some sort of thing, if someone's in there for too long a period, or if there's 2 or 3 or more people in there, I think there is some sort of alarm sort of system in place. The good design is that it's in a part of the park which is well lit. The entrance to the toilet is open to the whole park, so people, it's not, you don't have to climb behind a bush or whatever. It's right near the tram stop at Surrey Hills, so that's another good thing for it. So that's a really good design. As when I said it was from the City Council, I think they have contracted the provision of those toilets and the cleaning of those toilets out to a different company, but they are an initiative of the council. So that's a really good design. I mean, and I don't think they're cheap though. I think they were pretty pricey. but they, again, they self-clean. They're rarely offline, so yeah.
Thank you, that's helpful. Before I ask another question, did anyone else have other examples you wanted to?
Tony was saying with those public toilets self-cleaning, I've noticed myself over the years, they are more safer than some of the older ones where, you've got 3 or 4 cubicles, you got to share, the actual same built, same part of the toilet. And that's when a lot of problems did happen, with other people using the same toilet at the same time, the same block. And I found those ones, the single ones, were a lot safer than using those the other older style ones.
Okay. Thank you.
I think David also mentioned previously that some public toilets you have to pay for them, or they might be behind, if they're in a train station, they might be behind a ticket barrier, so that is essentially something you'd have to pay for to access them. So yeah, designs that allow people to access them for free are ideal.
Thanks. My question for you, Ms Daly, and I appreciate you may need to take it on notice, but I'm interested in the sort of legal aspect of this. From the perspective of the Justice and Equity Centre, is there sort of a human rights issue or a discrimination issue with public toilets not adequately being provided?
In terms of whether it qualifies as discrimination under the legislation, I'm not sure. I'd probably have to take that on notice.
No worries.
In a sort of social sense, I suppose it is, disproportionately impacting one group of people more than others. So I would call that, structural discrimination. I'm not sure exactly about the strict legal test for discrimination, though. Other legal aspects that might be worth considering is how it is part of a broader issue with the criminalisation of homelessness. So things that people who have a home to stay in would do within their private space. If you don't have a private space to do that, they become criminalised because you're doing it in public. So things like public urination or exposure, things like that, they can kind of entrench disadvantage and the difficulties experienced by people who don't have a home. But happy to take on notice that broader question around discrimination.
No, that's helpful.
Yeah.
And last question from me, and then we'll go to other committee members. In your written submission, there's a particular comment in terms of design. It says the committee could also examine toilet designs which allow users to view what's happening outside the bathroom while they're inside. This helps people feel safer by allowing them to check the environment outside before they exit. This makes a lot of sense in principle. I have never personally experienced a toilet with that kind of design, so I'm interested if there are examples of that you can give us, or how that actually would work.
I've never actually seen one, but there's a place up in Lismore, where the bus is pulling up there, there's always a bloke at the front gate, and that they were charging people to use the toilets there until too many of the local residents were getting charged urinating in public because they couldn't afford the ticket to get in to use the toilets. But there's always somebody at the front door where to make sure who was coming in and who was leaving.
Okay.
But that was like a job from 7 till 5, so after that there was no one there. They closed the place up. So there wasn't really much of a public toilet system up there, from people that were camping out.
I don't think we're aware of any particular model. It came up in discussions around how to ensure that women feel safe exiting bathrooms, because going into the bathroom is one thing, but then coming out and not knowing if there's anyone outside or what you're facing as you leave the bathroom. We thought it came up as a good idea, something that could be considered by the committee.
Thanks. And I think David mentioned that sort of single cubicle design where you come out and you're straight back into the public space rather than into that funny shared area where you've got sinks and cubicles. You're all nodding for the sake of hindsight. I'll comment that you're nodding. Does that improve your sense of safety as well?
So that the toilet I mentioned at Board Park. So when you open the door and you go in, you're it. It's your little domain for the next 5 minutes or whatever. You don't have to worry about what's happening in the cubicle next door. You don't have to worry about somebody having an issue 3 cubicles down. You don't have to worry about coming out of doing what you've done and face to face with someone who could be not happy for lots of different reasons. The other good thing is, like, when you finish and you leave, the doors close and it temporarily closes the toilet for a 2 to 3 minute cleaning period. And apparently it's like a car wash, there's jets and wipes and it all happens automatically. But yeah, so it's just, so I think living by myself and just having my own toilet, I'm grateful that it's just me, it's just my space. And I think using public toilets sometimes can be a bit confronting. Like you're here and there's someone, literally a David, it's just this particle board thing separating you, and it can be a bit, it's just not private. It's just, and I think we all appreciate that at those moments we are pretty vulnerable, and privacy is really important to us.
Thank you.
Yeah, even when you use the public toilets now, there's 3 or 4 cubicles in a row. You don't go to the one in the middle where the others occupied. If you do feel really vulnerable, you've got 2 on either side of you. You said, no, I'll go somewhere else, I'll wait. You don't want to sit there, be in there.
Thank you. I might go to other members of the committee.
Yeah.
Mrs. McDonald?
Yep. I was wondering if you could share with us what having access to a safe and clean public toilet means for you and others experiencing homelessness.
It provides dignity for people because they can maintain their appearance, they can maintain their hygiene, so they're able to have some dignity. It makes them feel safe, makes them feel included, part of the community, when they're catered for, when, their needs are seen to be as important as everybody else's.
Yeah.
And when you're living a life of that revolves around deprivation, like you don't have the niceties in life.
Yeah.
I think having that brief experience of having some sort of like being acknowledged, I think you feel that you're being acknowledged as a person who's worthwhile and they're worthy of having that sort of thing, even if it's just 5 minutes in a clean public toilet. I think that is really affirming, and you sort of get a certain amount of value from that. I'm worthy of having access to a toilet like this.
Yeah.
I don't need to do it behind that hole down the road under the tree in the park sort of thing. So I think, it's, again, beyond what a toilet's for, it can mean a lot of positive things that are sort of outside that scope of just the building and the porcelain sort of thing. Yep.
Also, when you're homeless, depending on the level of homelessness you're experiencing, you're living in survival mode a lot of the time. You've got to constantly monitor your safety. Yep. And so to have spaces where you can go in and feel safe is a bit of a reprieve from that constant monitoring.
It's also more than likely you're going to be carrying everything that you own at the time, and you can't take that all into a narrow cubicle with you. If you're in a space that you're just in, you know that you can leave your bag where it is, whilst you're going to have to do what you do. If you did it, and just that's not available to you in a sort of standard sort of 4 cubicle sort of public. You can't take everything that you own into the cubicle with you. So had that sort of peace of mind is a good thing as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Another thing I was noticing too is having hooks on the back door, because when you do go into the bathroom and toilets, put your stuff on the floor.
Yeah.
Many times you'll just grab it, and they're gone. So you've got hooks on the back door, somewhere to hang your jacket or your bag. They can't get to it. It's going to be safe while you're in that cubicle.
Yeah.
If you've got to go to use those ones, there's multiple cubicles in that.
I also think moving forward, if those sort of standard sort of cubicle sort of toilets are going to be sort of keep going, then the locking mechanism needs to be improved and sort of tamper resistant to some degree. Nothing worse than you really need to go to the toilet, you go in the toilet and you go to lock it and it doesn't lock. And a couple of times when I was going to uni, I used to sit there with my foot on the door, sitting on the toilet. So it, again, if it needs to be that sort of a model for a toilet, then it's important that you have the security of that cubicle.
To add one more thing, in addition to those points, I guess on a practical level, having an easy to find toilet means you can focus on other things, finding shelter and food. So that's, time saved in that sense.
Yeah. So what do you think the challenges are when trying to find a public toilet that is open, clean and safe?
They're very hard to find after, say, 9 o'clock at night. Like when I was sleeping out near Central, that's why I slept at Central Station, because the toilets are open all day.
Yeah.
If I got to go, I got to go. And I can't wait around till 9 o'clock in the morning for them to open. So that's why you sort of step out and measure where the public toilets are.
Yeah.
So you didn't want to get a charge, doing your business in public. So you sort of slept near where the toilets were, so you didn't have to walk far when you did wake up.
Yeah.
I also think there needs to be some sort of effort made to, if public toilets are going to be something that are going to be sort of built in certain areas, I think the accessibility of that toilet to people who are rough sleeping or they're experiencing homelessness needs to be taken into account. So that it's areas where people are rough sleeping, you see that moment, are easily identified. The councils know where they are. They know roughly how many people are there. They might even know their names. But so with that information, look at the map, where do we need a public toilet? Okay, there's 50 rough sleepers within 500 metres of that park. It's a great place, I think, for a public toilet to be considered. And I think, obviously, just mindful of, again, where they go. I can see the benefit in having a public toilet like that near a children's playground.
Yep.
But I'm just worried. I know from experience that presenting as a homeless person, using a facility that might be used by people who are not experiencing homelessness, push back from them. They assume that you're in there for the wrong reason. Yep. You're there, you're lurking around. You're a pest. It's the fact that you're there to do what you want to do is maybe not considered. It's just people see somebody, they look like a certain type. They must be that certain type. They're hanging around a public toilet. So again, that's just part of the discrimination and the sort of marginalisation that people get experiencing homelessness.
Thank you.
Also, say along Oxford Street, I don't believe there's a public toilet along Oxford Street, and it's supposedly, nightclub capital. So what you've got is a whole horde of people coming out when the nightclubs close or the clubs close. They've been drinking for hours. They're going to need to urinate. And, you know, homeless people get pissed on. Like, that happens, you know. So not only providing it for the homeless, but providing it for the whole community so that things like that don't happen.
I think it was on maybe one of the big racing days at Randwick, so the tram left Randwick Racecourse, and so when it got to Moore Park, by the time it got to Surrey Hills, the doors opened, and without a word of a lie, 30 young guys just bolted off that train, and they headed for the bushes at Moore Park, and they queued. It was, I had my phone with me, we would have taken a photo from behind, of course.
Yeah.
But it was just, like, you know, they probably finished their last schooner, and we'll wait till we get to Central, but you know, they get to Surrey Hills and they can't do it, and it was just. But that was the point where, you know, sometimes when you got to go, but again, not really good. But even if it had been a toilet in Ward Park, there were 30 guys. I don't think they would have waited their turn. So.
Yeah, thank you.
One other thing is that rough sleepers can also be subject to move-on orders from police, so they may be, you know, located close to an amenity and then are moved on and can't go back to that location for a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
We've heard from colleagues at other specialist homelessness services that people have just ended up moving bush because they kept getting moved on and being relocated from locations where they could access services.
Yeah. So when you've been able to access, say, a good public toilet, what made it work well, and what features or what about it made you feel safe and that it was usable?
Well, if you get up in the morning and you go and use that public toilet, you can change your clothes. You know, you've got a clean set of clothes, you feel better when you when you change your clothes. If you've got the same clothes on for a week, you know, you don't feel so crash hot.
Yep.
But actually going in and changing them, and somewhere to change them safely, of course you're going to feel better, you know, and I think we all need that. Everyone's been sleeping out, something to make them feel good. You know what I mean? Just have a safe place to change your clothing and whatever.
I think it's hard to sort of answer that question in terms of, you know, a positive experience, because A, that rarely happens.
Yeah.
And B, it's, I think, hopefully what this committee is sort of talking about here is sort of an aspirational sort of thing, to increase those better experiences, to reduce the bad experiences, increase the better experiences. So, I don't know, I mean, if you ask that question in 5 years' time to a different group of people experiencing homelessness, they might have smiley faces and good news stories for you. But I think, I can't speak for everyone, but in general, I think, I can't remember ever hearing someone, oh, I went to a great public toilet today and geez, it was good. It was, this, it just doesn't happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, just don't underestimate how important a positive experience is, no matter what it is, for a person experiencing homelessness.
Yeah.
Wins are seldom, and one small thing go right in a day, and that just makes your day. It makes the next day that much more achievable. And it could be as simple as going to a toilet that's clean, and you're not hassled, and it was there when you needed it, and yeah, so.
Okay. So on the flip side, then, if you could, like you said, the experience, you haven't had many positive, or there aren't enough public toilets that you could have an experience where you said, yeah, that's a safe, usable toilet, and I can go there and know that I'm going to be able to change or clean. If you could design a public toilet that meets the needs of people who don't have a home, what would be some of the features that you'd like included in that facility?
Having a shower.
A shower.
In them.
Yeah.
You know, if you've got that one cubicle, there's enough room there to put a shower in. You know, and like we said, even 10 minutes, that's enough of the time to have a shower and do whatever you've got to do to get dressed and all that. But I tell you what, something like that, it'd probably make a big difference for a lot of people's lives.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to wonder or wait for someone to have a shower. You can just go in there, have your shower, and you're out of there. you know, that they say, yeah, I'm going to have a shower, and a lot of them do. Great idea.
Yeah.
Or maybe the investment could be made into an organisation like Orange Sky, who have the mobile vans. I don't think they have toilets on them. I know they have showers. I mean, if they can put a toilet in a caravan, they can put a toilet and a shower into an Orange Sky van. The good thing about that sort of thing would be that they know where the people rough sleeping are. That they go and park there. People get their washing done whilst they have a shower and everything.
Yeah.
So maybe part of the solution is not standalone toilets in a park, and maybe sort of organisations such as Orange Sky should be encouraged. Again, it just provides another outreach for people who experience homelessness. So it mightn't be about having a shower. It might be having a chat to someone, and I'm having a bad time because I haven't had my depot injection for the last 3 months, so I'm feeling really bad. And they're having that conversation because they've gone there to have a shower, but then, so there's always a good referral sort of service and touching base with people. And it's more about, sometimes it's a lot about, again, that positive experience. This Orange Sky thinks that I'm worthy enough for them to drive to where I stay and provide the service to me. So I think, so maybe that's something maybe should be considered. If, maybe we don't need to build a toilet here, but maybe if Orange Sky had 3 more vans, they might be able to come here 2 nights a week, and that could, solve that, sort of fill that gap for that period of time.
In Portland, they have something called a hygiene hub, where they have toilets available, but also they provide medical supplies and showers, clothing exchange, and also like mental health first aid. So I guess that's adding to what a public toilet could offer and providing those additional extra things which do make such a huge difference.
Did you say Roxy? Is that what?
Rocky. Yeah, Rocky.
So Rocky, sorry. So you said just before about nighttime that there weren't any public toilets on Oxford Street. What changes would make public toilets more accessible and welcoming, especially at night?
Adequate lighting, so you can see not them not being in isolated spaces, not hopefully not too much foliage around, a clear open space.
Yep.
Adequate lighting on approach and inside the toilet. Adequate safety while you're inside the toilet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just my final question, how can, say, governments and council involve people with lived experience in planning and maintaining public toilets so they actually meet the real needs?
Just ask us.
Just ask you.
I can't think, I've been involved with street care for almost 3 years now, and I can't think of a time where government or council hasn't reached out to us and asked for our opinion, because we're more than happy to give our opinion. And again, it's always important to keep that opinion is informed, it's based on our lived experience. I think that it would be it would be not productive if you are sort of seeking to do something like this, that you don't reach out to somebody with lived experience, because A, we're cheap, it's not going to cost you anything, and B, we have that lived experience, and we are passionate about achieving better outcomes for people that are experiencing homelessness.
Yep.
So we're genuine. We don't have an issue. We don't have an agenda. We just want good results. We want people to feel better. We want homelessness to end, full stop. But in that interim period, there are a heap of things that we could be doing together to achieve those things. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, you could consider developing some kind of best practice guidelines with lived experience that could then be used by councils or governments. Just
Okay.
Thanks. I'll go to Mr. Lawrence.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to you all for coming along giving evidence. Really appreciate it. It's been really helpful. Just a few questions. My computer's just turned itself off. Alana, you said something earlier about move-on powers. What was that in relation to? I just didn't quite catch it.
Oh, I think it's under the Law Enforcement Powers and Responsibilities Act. Is the police have the power to move on people in public spaces for a number of reasons.
Like obstruction, for example.
Yeah. Or being disorderly, but often it's used in circumstances where it's probably a bit disproportionate.
Yeah, and that's if the officer believes on reasonable grounds that it's warranted on one of those bases. Is your concern that, is one of your concerns that that's effectively a sort of unreviewable power? Because if the person complies and the person moves on, then no one ever considers the matter again.
So the police have they can make arbitrary decisions, not arbitrary decisions, they can make decisions based upon their judgment. That Joe Blow, come here Joe, what are you doing? What are you hanging around here for? Mate, you're up to no good. We don't want to see you for 48 hours. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And so, and if they see Joe Blow the next day, hopefully they wouldn't arrest him, but I think they possibly could for, disobeying an order.
They would arrest him.
I think with these move-on orders, they need to be done not because they don't like the look of that guy who's sitting outside that shop, and the shopkeeper's rung and said, "Oh look, there's this guy outside my shop, and he's causing people not to come in." I mean, he's got every right to be there, and that's what we establish under the protocol.
Yeah.
If he's carrying on like an idiot, of course idiots need to be told to move.
Yeah.
But I can see a benefit in the police having this thing. I live in a big public housing estate, and there are times for the police club, and you don't live here, you're not supposed to be here, you're causing trouble. We don't want to see you for 7 days, and that's effective. It achieves something. But yes, in more public, sort of like in Martin Place or at Oxford Square, I think sometimes it's more about being seen to do the right thing rather than actually the right thing being done for that person.
Sure. So we obviously live in a time when there's the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis. Where I live in Dubbo, there's a lot more people experiencing homelessness. So by the river, you see people living in little tent communities, and general, I think, increase in this problem. To the people with lived experience, what do you think is the line between measures that we might recommend that will improve the experience of people experiencing homelessness? So, for example, the provision of showers in public toilets and things like that. What's the line between that and doing something that actually is almost kind of throwing up your hands and surrendering to homelessness and saying, well, we're just going to make it easier rather than tackling the problem? We're just going to make being homeless easier in a way. Is there a bit of a tension there for us to think about, do you think?
I don't think homelessness is ever a choice. So, I don't think people are going to choose it because you're going to avail them of showers.
Yeah.
I don't think that doesn't really, to me, that doesn't make any sense. It's not actually a lifestyle choice. It's degrees and layers of things that lead to people being marginalised, and they're complex, and it's not as simple as making a choice. So I don't think personally, I don't believe any of the measures of making public toilets safer and more hospitable to people living precariously would lead to a rise in homelessness.
Yeah, and I wasn't sort of trying to suggest that it would lead to a rise. It was more in response to a more prevalent social problem. Is there a tendency sometimes on behalf of the government to minimise the effect of it in some way because it's becoming more common rather than deal with the problem? I think that's sort of how I meant it.
I think there is, because quite often whether it be DCJ or Home New South Wales, the pathways that they're offering to people to transitioning out of homelessness, it's not simple. It's a paperwork nightmare. To get some sort of priority response, you need doctor's reports, psychiatrist reports, blah, 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 blah. If you want to get 7 nights temporary accommodation, that's really difficult as well. People still need to get temporary accommodation. They still need to provide proof to Home South Wales that they have been looking for somewhere to live, that they went to Joe Blow's real estate agent and applied for that $5 million flat down the road that they can't, obviously afford to get. So I think the pathways of transitioning out of homelessness need to be made a lot more user-friendly. And again, homeless people, they don't have post office box, they don't have mobile phones, they don't have internet accounts. It's okay to say, we sent you a letter 6 months ago and you didn't respond to it, so we didn't think that you weren't interested anymore. That sort of response is just not going to address the problem that I think you're talking about. So I think it needs to be, it'd be wrong of me to suggest that sometimes I think the pathways are made more difficult deliberately. But I've just suggested it. So, and that's anecdotally that people we speak to all the time, and it's not just the three of us speaking. We obviously talk to a lot of people experiencing homelessness, and there was a gentleman who's a part of our group, but a different part of it, and he's an elderly man, and he was telling us that of his experience getting into a public housing place, and he was traumatising. And telling us that story, he was shaking, he was visibly upset, and the whole process was traumatising. It was, no, you haven't given us that form. Yes, I have. No, we need another psych report. Okay. Sorry, we need this, we need that. And, or he'd go back to the office and said, can I see Joe Blow? No, Joe Blow's gone. What is it about? Oh, okay, can you fill in another application for us? And those sort of things just really are not helpful. I think they're avoidable. And I just don't think they should be happening.
Yeah.
Hopefully, under Homes New South Wales with Rebecca, I think those sort of things will improve over time. The talk sounds good. I suppose it's just the amount of time to see if things actually do improve. But I mean, that's sort of a bigger picture response.
Yeah, thanks.
I know we're here to talk about public toilets, and let's not diminish that the importance of that. If that little problem can be solved, well, then that's one step along the journey.
Yeah.
But in terms of a macro image, the pathways transitioning out of homelessness need to be made a lot more easier, a lot more accessible, and a lot quicker.
Yeah. Yep. So in terms of people, is there a pattern where the availability of public toilets influences where people choose to sleep rough? Like, is there a pattern like that? It's important to understand.
I think there would be. I think like it would be a pull factor. So people would. That's a good place to rough sleep because the decent public toilet is just 5 minutes down the road, and so that would be a thing. Yep.
Yeah. I find people that are rough sleeping, they'll tend to sleep where the services are. Yeah. So they don't as far to walk, because if you've got all your gear on you, want to carry it everywhere. Yeah. So you try to stay as near as to the service you're accessing the next morning. Be the soup kitchen or whatever, go for a feed. That's why a lot of people camp out around the city, because the services are in the city. Yeah. Where they can get a feed, don't have to walk far, don't have to pay for buses or trains or anything.
Mm. So something that we probably all experience maybe is the sort of auto flush, which maybe when you use a loo for the first time might catch you by surprise. Yeah. At airports, for example, seems to be quite common. They want to get people in and out really quickly. Is there any sort of issues there in respect to people experiencing homelessness, and also auto wash? Yeah. Because that seems like
it only happens when you leave and it detects that there's no one in there.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah, it won't do it while you're in there. It detects there's no one in there. So there's emotion.
And is that the same with auto flush?
No, it's actually like I said, it's like a car wash. These jets come out and they sanitise everything, and it's sort of the surfaces are designed to. Once this sanitizer hits them, it just there's no wet stuff or anything like that.
Whereas auto flush can occur when you're still sitting on it.
If you're sitting on it, yeah.
Is there many loos around places where people experiencing homelessness that have those sort of functions, and is there any issues?
I know there's one down the Summer Hill. They got one of those outdoor toilets what Tony was talking about with the auto flush and all that. They've only got one there. So I think they probably need at least two, because there's always a line up out front of it trying to get into it. You know, and that's the only toilet there in the whole of Summer Hill, you know, and a lot of people getting off there, and there's a lot of people are sleeping out around there.
Yeah.
You know, and there's only one toilet, you know, or they go to Ashfield, which is not handy for them, you know.
Are any of you aware of people being charged with criminal offences for going to the toilet in public?
Urination in public is a really...
So how common is that?
Very common.
Yeah. And what sort of circumstances are we talking about in terms of people experiencing homelessness?
Well, somebody sleeping out, they'll wake up in the middle of the night, go to the toilet, 2 police walk past, they see them.
And they'll charge him?
Yeah, they'll charge him with it.
Yeah. And is that charged as like offensive manner, or is there a specific criminal offence for that?
It depends on,
Public urination.
There's a specific offence, is there?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I think it's offensive conduct.
Offensive conduct,
Yeah,
is it? Yeah, I thought it might be. Yeah.
So it's either a fine or imprisonment.
Yeah. And do you think that's flowing from the lack of availability of public toilets?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I mean, urinating in public is, again, it's not a choice that, you know, if you've got a choice between urinating in public and going to a clean toilet, you know, where you can do other things as well, you'll take that option every single time, because A, you're not going to be charged for doing it. B, you've got privacy, and you've got the dignity of being worthy of having, you know, doing a wee behind the Holden. You don't feel really good about yourself.
Yeah.
Going to a public toilet that's clean and bright, and you know, then you feel a bit better about yourself. Again, those small things really make a big difference.
So we've taken a heap of evidence this morning about some of the design features of toilets. So, like, they should have hooks on the back of doors, they should have shelves, they should have soap, they should have toilet paper, they should be designed to be able to be more easily cleaned. We haven't had any evidence about the availability of mirrors. Is that a particular issue for people experiencing homelessness?
Mirrors? Well, usually they some of the toilets I've seen there, it's got that metal, but it looks like a mirror, you know, but it's not breakable. You can't break it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they're not really good mirrors, but you can still see what's going on.
Yeah.
I think access to a PowerPoint would be a good thing.
Yeah.
Charge your phone.
Wi-Fi access with that thing there, so that, you know, if you, again, because
you get arrested for like trespassing, you know, you go somewhere, like I've been arrested for trespassing for going somewhere to charge my phone to a car park or something, you know. Yeah.
I think the other one was too, like an emergency button.
Yeah.
Duress button. Yeah.
Like if somebody's having trouble in the toilet and they don't want to leave, they can press that button.
Yeah.
You know, and they feel safer, and it's probably going to be less problems if that's, you know, for easy access for somebody to have something going wrong.
Yeah.
Probably similar to what they have on train stations or on trains these days. You know? If you're experiencing, you know, you press the button, you go, you know, you get connected, you actually get to speak to someone.
Yeah.
Rather than just pressing a button, a little red light flashes on there. If you,
yeah. In terms of water, access to water, so not just for hand washing, but for drinking, we've taken some evidence that it'd be good to have water sources external to the loo as well as in the loo, so that you can just walk up there and you don't have to go into the loo, you can access water. And there's been evidence about how some of the hand basins are too shallow, so you can't fill a receptacle in them.
I think that's the design. They're designed for that reason.
Yeah, you'd assume so, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's only handy. They've got big basins, they can just fill your water bottle up anyway, you know, and they've got about 3 or 4 of them there, so I don't know why they can't do that everywhere.
Yeah.
Not just in one suburb, that's the only place I've seen them.
Yeah. Is there particular issues, maybe particularly in the CBD, about loos being locked in the evening?
Well, I can't find no public toilets in Sydney unless they're on the station.
Yeah.
You know, you walk down the street and find anywhere you walk down the street, there's none.
There's not many, yeah.
I mean, if you have a look on the public toilet map, a lot of the toilets in parks will say, you know, closed after sundown or something like that. So I think it is quite widespread.
The public toilets that are attached to, say, the change rooms, maybe at the rugby league field, they're always locked after the fixture's over. And the reason I've been told that is because of antisocial behaviour that happens at public toilets after dark. Yes, it happens. Is it a reason to close the public toilet? I don't know. I'm not sure. Not a good enough reason for the people who it affects in a more adverse way of not having a toilet to access than someone who might be using it for other reasons.
Are you aware of any public toilets that have showers at the moment?
Only one I know of, and that's in Lismore.
That's in Lismore, is it?
Yeah, that's where the buses pull into, you know, all the interstate, you know, and that's the only one I know of.
Yeah.
There are various, like, street level in Albion Street. I mean, I know it's not a public toilet, but they have limited spaces available on a daily basis for someone to come and wash their clothes, have a shower, and do all that sort of stuff. And they're sort of standalone sort of little cubicle units, and it's all there, the washing machine, the shower, and the toilets there. And that's run by the Salvation Army. Again, they can only sort of cope with a certain amount of people every day, and that's why they ask people to sort of let them know they're coming. But again, it's not a public toilet. But again, going forward with this discussion, I mean, I think there's existing facilities that can be greater utilised. I think I mentioned before, I live at Northcote. I'm an active member within the Northcote Community Centre. That centre is adjacent to Ward Park, and it's closed 95% of the time. That would be an option for people who are in that area. If that community centre was opened, again, it's run by Homes New South Wales. They just need to make a commitment, whether that's through start by staffing it or seeking tenant volunteers, which there are plenty of, just to have people know that Northcote Community Centre is open from 10 till 4, Monday to Friday, and they have a toilet there and you can have a cup of tea. Yeah. But it's just not there.
Yeah.
It's closed most of the time.
So would you say that most people experiencing homelessness would have relatively easy access to a public toilet?
Well, they can't. Well, I've seen people refuse permission to use a toilet in a pub because of their appearance or the way they present themselves.
Yeah, so I meant, I suppose, by that, not one in commercial premises.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, where you might have limited permission, right? But in terms of a true public toilet, so one on the street or in a park, etc., would you say that most homeless people in Sydney CBD would have fairly easy access or not?
Well, they don't exist.
They don't exist.
They don't exist.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. To find a public toilet, if we were to go for a walk around, if we were to leave here now and all of us walk around, I don't know, 2 or 3 blocks, I think we would struggle to find a public toilet.
Yeah.
Just in the city.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there might be one, Martin Place railway station, maybe. There's one.
So there is one there.
Yeah, in a railway station, which isn't. I suppose they're always open.
Yeah. So you need a ticket to get in to use it. You can't. It's not on the outside of the station, so you got to be actually get up.
Yeah.
Have a ticket to actually. Yeah, you've got to spot to use it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thanks. That's all my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I might go to Mr. D. Adams, who's one of our committee members. He's on the screen in front of you.
And thank you all for your appearance today. Look, we've had a lot of discussion about public toilets controlled by councils, but I wanted to ask really about publicly accessible toilets that might be in commercial premises like shopping centres. And I suppose I wanted to ask about your experience of being discriminated against, if that's a phenomena, in terms of trying to access toilets in those kinds of facilities that are ostensibly open to the public, but where perhaps the controllers of the facilities want to discourage people who are experiencing homelessness from accessing those facilities. Is that a phenomena that...
I've never experienced it myself, and I've slept on the street for over 20 years all around Australia, and every shopping centre I've been to would never said a thing to me about it by when in there using their toilets. So I've never experienced it myself, so yeah.
I've seen a guy being escorted off the Westfield shopping complex in Pitt Street. He went in to use the toilet and he was stopped probably within 2 minutes of entering into the main doors. He asked the security person where the toilet was, and the security guy escorted him off the premises. You're not here to shop, so you're not here to go to the toilet, so you'll have to leave.
Roxy?
And that was 3 weeks before Christmas last year.
Right.
So it does happen, and it's up to the discretion of the property owner.
Sorry, Roxy, did you have something?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have direct experience of that necessarily, but I know of people who that's been their experience, especially people who've got significant mental health challenges, and can present a certain way and absolutely be told to leave communal spaces and that they're not welcome.
And I think perhaps, Tony, you touched on this around councils restricting the hours of access on the premise of discouraging antisocial behaviour. Has there been any experience of councils appearing to restrict the hours of access with an apparent intent to discourage people who are experiencing homelessness from congregating near a facility?
Well, the minute you restrict access to a toilet, it doesn't matter why the reason you restrict it and who you're trying to restrict. You restrict everybody. They might have the best of reasons to restrict access to that public toilet. Like again, I just mentioned antisocial behaviour that goes on. But in sort of restricting access to a very, very small percentage of people who use public toilets for that reason, you're restricting the access then to everybody, whether it be you, me, anybody that needs to use the bathroom. They can't use it because it's being locked, because something happens at the night time perhaps. Again, I'm just saying that they're wrong or right in doing it, but a closed toilet is a closed toilet to everybody. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're rich, you're poor, you're black or white, you're male or female or whatever. You're restricted from that toilet, you're denied access to that toilet. So, so that's where it becomes problematic. The reason for closing that toilet might have some merit, but the merit really is not significant to what it means to other people.
I wanted to ask about, we had some evidence earlier about a phenomena in Europe where effectively you have to pay for public toilets. What kind of impact would something like that have on people experiencing homelessness?
They tried to do that in Lismore, charging people 50 cents to go and to use the toilets. But a lot of the homeless up there didn't have the 50 cents. And so they go behind the public toilets and use them there. But the thing was, police were there waiting for them. They were charging them from urinating in public, you know what I mean? Because they got a refused service in the bus station. And I think after a couple of years of that, they stopped doing it, stopped charging people 50 cents to use it. I think it's a bit rich to use a toilet, 50 cents.
I think most of the people in this room are too young to remember when you used to go to a public toilet and you'd have to put a 2-cent coin into the lock thing, and you turn the lock and then the toilet would open for you. You probably don't remember 2-cent coins. So, but yeah, so I mean, why do you want to charge someone to use a bathroom? I mean, if it's revenue, well, I mean, must be better ways. Then you're only there with it being a deterrent. You don't want people who don't have 50 cents for whatever reason to use that toilet. User pays. Going to the toilet is one of the most basic bodily functions of a human being, and to think that you have to put your hand in your pocket and get 50 cents out to go and do it, I would like to think that we're a better country than that. I mean, I know that sounds a bit over the top, but I just don't see what the rationale is for charging someone to use a bathroom.
Also, there's an assumption there that people even have access to a bank account. They have ID. They need ID to get a bank account. There's all these processes that that need to be in place for somebody to even be able to access money. It's probably going to be by card. They need to have a card. And we're talking about people who have You know, those things don't necessarily fall into place like they do for other members of society. It's stressful. It can be difficult to achieve those simple things of having enough points of ID to get a bank account. You know, like just on that alone, it kind of seems a bit...
Punitive.
Yeah, punitive, yeah.
If we're saying that access to the toilet is a human right, is this practice something that maybe we should be looking to legislate to prevent so that it just has no place in our society? Is that something that you would support?
Well, if it's a public toilet owned by the government, I don't think you need legislation. You make the rules, do you? Well, if it's a privately run toilet, I'm not sure how you can get around that, but...
I think Sydney had private, there was toilets here they were charging people to use at one stage. That was before the COVID hit.
Yeah.
You know, across near St James Station they had one. And you always had to look around for coins so you can get in and use it. If you didn't have the coin, you had to go and get change, and by the time you got the change, you know, you got to go find the toilet anyway. So I don't know the sense in why they were charging people to use that toilet. You know, when there were other ones around that cost you nothing.
The toilets that have been rolled out by the Sydney City Council, it's been done by they did a tender and they've tendered it to an organisation who, so they've taken on the cost, blah, 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 and obviously the council's paying them for that. I don't know if they turned around tomorrow and said to Clover Moore, oh, by the way, we've decided that we're going to make these toilets user pay. I don't think that would really go over too well with the council, and they'd probably be in breach of the contract. But but again, I just find it really frustrating that in 2025 we're talking about charging people to the toilet. I mean, it's just it's really frustrating.
It's not unheard of, is it? Because I mean,
no, it's not unheard of. I know that, but it just doesn't make it right, though. No.
The toilets at Town Hall Station were once open access, and then they restructured the station to actually make it only accessible to patrons of the service. So it's not an unheard of phenomena where effectively a barrier or a fee is put in place to people accessing toilets that were once freely available. I think that's probably all the questions I've got, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. McLaren-Jones.
Thank you very much. I've just got a couple, and I think part of it flows on from that. But looking at, have you seen a decrease in the number of public toilets over the last sort of, in that, and I'll focus in around the, I suppose, the City of Sydney area over the last sort of 5 to 10 years?
Yeah.
And is it that they've been closed for renovations, but they're never reopened, or they just never replaced them?
I think it just disappeared, really. You know, there used to be one year at St James, it's just gone.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what happened to it. It was there for a long time, and now it's not.
Or they're just not maintained properly enough, and they just reach the point where it becomes a public health safety issue.
Yep.
And the easier thing is to just close it rather than renovate it.
Yep.
More cost effective to close it than renovate it. So I think that's why the public toilets numbers have been diminishing, because you can't expect a 1960s built structure to be fit for purpose for 2025 unless there needs to be upgrades or it needs to be rethought. And so doors come off, no seats, there's never toilet paper. When it gets to stages like that, and it just becomes a graffiti vandal sort of hangout sort of place or whatever, and it no longer becomes a public toilet. It becomes an eyesore, it becomes a nuisance, or it becomes a potential criminal threat. And if that's the case, let's just close it. Yep.
And then there's no requirement to then replace it with
You
anything
replace
else.
it with anything else, yeah.
Which then goes back to that, and as my colleague was talking about, some of the things that you could look at legislating.
Yep.
And there was something that came up this morning about the need to ensure that there's a certain number of public toilets within a certain distance and things like that. You mentioned about an audit, and certainly you could look at asking councils to do an assessment of the toilets that they are responsible for. Do you think it needs to go to the extent of at a state government level as well, looking at bus and train or transport areas and what is currently available, cleanliness, and whether it's fit for purpose.
So I think every train station should have a public toilet where you don't have to swipe your card to go and use it. You know what I mean? It should be on the outside of the actual station. That's where a lot of people will congregate. You know, if you are camping, you probably at a station or something like that. And yeah, that's why I think they should never have it on the outside of the station, not the inside.
I mean, the City of Sydney had a public toilet strategy in 2014. I don't know if that's their most current one, but even in that one, they said they said there were 117 public toilets in the City of Sydney area, but they only managed 57 of them. So others were, you know, the Royal Botanic Gardens Authority or the Maritime Authority. So I think there is quite a patchwork of different bodies that are responsible for maintaining, and I guess an audit would allow a fuller picture of where are the toilets, you know, what standard are they in, do they need improving, do we have, you know, gaps in areas, like you said, about having a certain amount in a particular distance.
I think Rose needs another portfolio. Maybe Minister for Public Toilets might be another one. She can add to those 15 that she's got already.
But it makes sense, if particularly if the agencies aren't communicating, they wouldn't even know if the other ones have been closed.
Yeah.
The other thing was just in relation to complaints process. I'm interested to know, in your submission you did talk about cleanliness. How easily accessible is that complaints process, whether it's a state government agency or the local government?
I think the public toilet in Ward Park has got, this is from memory, sign up. If you have any feedback, scan the QR code. How many people, I mean, I'm not an idiot, but, you know, scanning QR codes just freak me out. As soon as I see that, I sort of disengage. A 54-year-old man who's been sleeping rough for the last 20 years, a QR code is just, you're just asking people not to provide feedback. It's just an invitation not to provide feedback. I think the best feedback that these people, the toilet people, the operators can find is that do their own feedback. I think there just needs to be more sort of proactive, you know, someone doing the rounds and saying, okay, I went to the public toilet on Brown Street and the third cubicle's got a broken, you know, those sort of really proactive sort of things. It shouldn't, you know, I must scan the QR code and say, you know, I don't like the quality of the toilet paper sort of thing. You know, it's just, that's, I think, yeah, if you're going to provide a public service, which is a public toilet, well then you have the procedures in place that maintain it, you know, make sure that it's fit for purpose, and so that if any feedback about a public toilet is going to be negative, it's going to be about a problem, it's going to be about experience, it's going to be about, you know, something that's gone wrong, and so it's just, yeah, if someone's going to act upon it, that's great. If it's just going to be another feedback to sort of compile stats, you know, 56% of the people who use the toilet thought they had a pleasant experience. I mean, you know, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Thank you very much.
I just had a couple of extra questions coming out of the discussion you've been having. You were talking about access to shopping centres and cafes and those sorts of toilets. One of the ideas or suggestions we had floated to us this morning was councils or state government providing funding to businesses to account for needing it cleaned more frequently or having to buy more soap or toilet paper or whatever, to then require them to make it available for people who weren't customers. I'm just interested in your feedback on whether you think that would be a solution.
If you do that, but who would police it? You know, because you've got people that are saying, yeah, I'll do it, but they'll take the funding, but they won't let store people the way they did before. Yeah. You know what I mean? So
just because you're providing that, doing that, it doesn't still gives them under a reason why they can refuse someone access. Just because, oh, you know, the government's paying for the toilet paper and the soap, yes, you can go and do it. You know, there'd be more reasons still to exclude somebody. If it was, you know, we'll do that for you on the basis that people have access, and you can't deny somebody access unless it's something really egregious. So I'm just a little bit sceptical about. I mean, I think it would work with, say, the Northcote Community Centre, if say, look, can you if they said to Homes New South Wales, can you make sure that community centre is open between 10 and 4 on Monday to Friday, and we'll assist with what you think that you just said, because I think it's a Homes New South Wales establishment. The contractors come in and clean it every day. It's got a male toilet, a female toilet. They don't have disability access, which is problematic. But I think you trying to utilise those sort of government-owned facilities rather than going to Westfields and asking them to help people. I think it's probably better to sort of approach like people that are probably willing to help. I just don't think that Westfields are going to open up their nice, clean public toilets next to Prada on the 6th floor just because you're giving them some money for toilet paper and soap. I'm being a bit sceptical, but I just don't. Like I said, I witnessed that guy being escorted. He asked the security guard where the toilet was. The security guard said, "You're not a shopper here, mate. You'll have to leave." And he got escorted off the premises.
And there was also a discussion already about transit stations and train stations. It's seems like an option for the state government where it's already state government property.
Yep.
To provide toilets. So you're suggesting that rather than thinking of them as toilets for patrons of the transit system, that's just low-hanging fruit to provide a good facility for the general community. I'm going to comment on the nodding for Hansard again because the record doesn't show
Central Station have got showers in there, in some of their offices, their rooms. Because many years ago, you used to be able to go in there and store your luggage and have a shower. I don't know if they're still operating now or not.
The public toilets at the domestic terminal have showers. So within that, you walk into the men's and there's toilets that way and showers and change room that way, and that's provided. I mean, there's just no sort of cost involved. So it's factored into your ticket, but I mean, so those sort of facilities do exist. I mean, demand might be greater in a domestic terminal than Central Station, perhaps, but it's something that could be possibly looked at.
Do you think there'd be automatic at a train station, especially a major one like Sydney Central? You've got thousands of people coming in from all over the country every day. You think they'd have showers there, people to use, especially coming back over from Perth. You've been on that train for 3 days. Having the shower on that train in the day, you don't want to do it. But when you get here, you want a nice clean shower instead of.
This has been a very valuable discussion. Thank you. Before we finish up, is there anything burning that you want the opportunity to add that we haven't asked about?
Can I be a bit off? No, not really. When I was writing out this morning, I was just thinking about things, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Mark Twain talked about certain things in life, about deaths and taxes. I think we can add wheeze and poos to that without too much debate. Sorry about that.
Sounds like a good opening line for the report. Secretary.
There you go. Please feel free. Just to check Mark. I'm sure it was Mark Twain said that, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Death and taxes.
Okay, yeah.
I guess one other thing just to touch on briefly is accessibility for people who might have disabilities is also a huge consideration, but one, probably refer to PWDA's recommendations on that one. But I think worth highlighting that it's also something that we would like to emphasise. Yeah.
Thank you. And we do have future hearings scheduled with the number of representatives of people with disability. Cool. Thank you so much for your time, for sharing your experience with us. This has been hugely valuable for the committee. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.